Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry for the delay. We're waiting for the Chief Probation Officer, Marshall Hopper, has been stuck in traffic, and hopefully he'll be here shortly. Anyhow, welcome to the Placer County Board of Supervisors, Tuesday, July 25th, 2023 Board of Supervisors meeting. We will begin our meeting with the flag salute led by the County Executive Officer, Jane Christensen.
Join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll now move to the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda have been recommended for approval by the County Executive Department. All items will be approved by a single roll call vote. The board will convene as the housing authority for item number 12A. Anyone may ask to address consent items prior to the board taking action, and the item may be moved for discussion. Is there anyone that has a consent item from the board that wants to housing, I'm getting a note, housing 20A, is it be removed for discussion?
No, it's 28, not 12.
Oh, 20, oh, I see. Okay, the item is 20A. I've been corrected. So anyone from the board have any item they want moved for discussion? Seeing none, is anyone in the audience have an item on consent that needs to be pulled for discussion? Seeing none, is there anyone online?
No, Chairman.
So the board will entertain a motion to approve.
I'll move approval.
And I'll second.
Okay, motion by Landon, Supervisor Landon, and second by Supervisor Gore. All in favor? Oh, roll call, please.
Gore,
Aye.
Landon,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Gustafson,
Aye.
Holmes.
Aye, thank you. The item is moved. We'll now move to public comment. Persons may address the board on items not on this agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes per person, since the time allocated for public comment is 15 minutes. If all comments cannot be heard within the 15-minute time limit, the public comment period will be taken up at the end of the regular session. The board is not permitted to take any action on items addressed under public comment. Anyone from the public wish to address the board? I see none. Anyone online?
I see none, Chairman.
All righty, thank you. Now we'll move to board member and county executive reports. Supervisor Gore.
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to let you all know that I had an opportunity to represent the board on the Veterans Advisory Council quarterly meeting. So we're now going to have supervisors every year rotate and participate in those conversations. It was great to meet with our new Veteran Services Officer, Steve Johnson. That was really helpful, along with some of the other veteran groups. So I'm glad that we're able to do this on a quarterly basis. I just wanted to let you all know about that. And then just an FYI, which was very interesting. I had an opportunity to serve on the Pioneer Board meeting as an alternate for youth supervisor Holmes. And I asked a question because typically we have all sorts of brownouts or threats of brownouts when we have high temperatures, 108-degree weekends, et cetera. And I was wondering why we hadn't had any, and it's because we have hydro. So let's hear it for hydro projects that provide a lot of power. We're very fortunate that we had a lot of rain this winter, and I thought it was an interesting item to note. So that's it from me.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Chair. For the rest of the board, Chair Holmes and myself attended the Middle Fork JPA meeting and took a tour of hydro projects and the $2.2 billion worth of assets that are out there in Hellhole, French Meadows, the Middle Fork, the diversions, et cetera. Excellent tour, excellent workshop. I do think we have some very long-range strategic financing questions to do with the deferred maintenance on the facility as PG&E ran it for so many years. And now that we're on our 10th year of having PCWA own those facilities as partners in that, we'll make sure we come back to the board with those discussions on the funding for those. So looking at that. And then I also was honored to address the Eastern Unified Incident Command training last week. I appreciated very much Sheriff Wu and Chief Estes and all of the law enforcement, CAL FIRE staff, and the local fire districts that were in attendance out there. It's so important to our community to realize that it takes a lot of collaboration and cooperation to address and we're going to hear about that again this morning, but I really appreciated being included and getting to watch some of those scenarios and talk to the individuals participating. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments from board members? Well, I'd like to take a moment to recognize Placer County public safety officials and the good work they do to keep Placer County roads safe from impaired drivers. On July 18th, Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, MAD, hosted the 2023 Law Enforcement and Prosecutor Recognitions Award for 78 law enforcement agencies across the Central Valley, the Bay Area, and Northern California regions. I'm very pleased to share this with the board and our constituents, and many of our agencies were recognized for their contributions at this ceremony, including the Placer County Sheriff's Office, the District Attorney's Office, and the Roseville, Rockland, and Auburn Police Departments. Our District Attorney's Office was nominated for the Outstanding Prosecutor Award, and our Probation Department was nominated and was awarded the Outstanding Probation Department from the region. I'd like to acknowledge the dedication of MAD and their tireless efforts on this critical public safety issue. All our hearts go out to anyone who has been injured or lost a loved one due to impaired driving. I'd also like to acknowledge Placer County's public safety agencies and their commitment to making a difference on this important issue. And in particular, I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate Chief Hopper and his DUI supervision team for this award. Chief Hopper, would you come forward to make a few comments? We'd appreciate it.
Well, good morning. Marshal Hopper, Chief Probation Officer. Thank you. I really appreciate the acknowledgement here, but I truly think that first off, we need to recognize all of our public safety partners. Once again, our Sheriff's Department, our DA's office, and all of the other agencies. So as your Chief Probation Officer and the Chair of PLE, I think it's important to recognize all of us together, and we really have an opportunity here in Placer County to make a difference, and we really strive to do so. On behalf of my department, I'd like to thank all of my staff that are on our DUI program, doing some great things out there in the community. As our law enforcement officers make the arrest, our sheriff's departments make those arrests, our prosecutor prosecutes, they become convicted. We work out there in the community to make sure that while they're on probation, they adhere to the terms and conditions of their release, and we provide them services to hopefully get better and make better choices in life. So we couldn't do that without your board's support and without the support of our law enforcement agencies. So thank you to everybody.
Thank you, Marshall. I also want to take a moment to mention Matt Redding, the Rockland police officer who was killed by a drunk driver while on duty, and also the CHP officer from the upper region here that was also killed by a drunk driver. So we take those very seriously, and we want to thank you for all the work that our public safety officers and our CAL FIRE chief does to protect our citizens. And if there's any comments from any board members. All right, thank you very much, Marshall.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. County Executive Officer, do you have no? All right. So now we'll move to our first department head item since 9:30 has not arrived. And that is item 8A, Community Development Resource Agency. Who's presenting on that? Oh, here she comes, Emily. Oh, it's Emily. Good morning.
Good morning. Emily Setzer, Principal Planner with the CEDRA office in Tahoe, here to talk to you about Lease to Locals, a program we've been running for 1 year in the area. I'm also here with Chase Janvrin, who is the General Manager of Placemate, and their company helps run our program and administer it.
Oh, thank you.
So we'll both be able to answer questions for you at the end. Next slide, please. Oh, I have that. Never mind. Okay. So we will go over the program that we have running, the timeline, and some of the key program policies. We'll highlight the results of the program so far because we're coming up to the 1 year mark, and then we'll go over our action request. So the goal of this program is to convert our existing housing stock into long-term rentals for our local workforce. Using the existing housing stock has a lot of benefits because it's the fastest way to get housing opened up, and it has a very good cost benefit. So the way we do this is the program provides cash incentives to East Placer homeowners who rent to local workers. The house could not have been rented in the last 18 months as a long-term rental. So we're really trying to unlock those short-term rentals or second, kind of third vacation homes that aren't used very frequently. The leases could be seasonal, like a 5 or 6 month lease, because we do have a lot of seasonal workers in our area. And we understand that some homeowners want to use the home in the other part of the year. Or they can be long-term leases, like a 12-month typical lease. The rules are that at least half of the adult tenants must be locally employed, and we use our Tahoe Tahoe Unified School District geographical boundary for that. And that's a boundary we use across most of our East Placer and Tahoe housing programs. The program began August 1st of last year, so we are coming up on the year, and it has been very successful. So it launched last year at this time. So far, we have 34 properties and counting. And actually, this presentation was created about a month ago, so I have a few more updates to add. Oh. I think I went one too far here. There we go. So the property must be located in East Placer County. It couldn't have been rented as a full-time rental. The incentive amounts do vary based off of those lease durations. So depending on how many local workers you have in the home and how long the lease is, the incentive amount can be anywhere from like a few thousand a month to $24,000 a month. So it does vary. And there are no income caps. We're really just trying to get local workers housing, because the more local worker housing we can have here, the less long commutes that we have to have from our local workforce. And it helps benefit our local economy and keep our agencies like our departments running, our local businesses, our nonprofits. So we have had a lot of interest in this program. We've had over 300 homeowners express interest in it. For various reasons, some aren't qualified, or they determine that in the end that they're no longer interested. But so right now we've had 34 properties through this program. And of those 34 properties, 23 have been long-term, 11 have been seasonal, so the majority is long-term. We have been able to convert a number of larger homes. So the majority here has been the 3-bedroom homes. We've had 38%, about 8% have been 4-bedroom homes. About a third have been either private rooms or 1-bedrooms. So we really have a diversity of different size homes that the program has been able to unlock. We've unlocked about $333,000 in incentives. That's been committed, and we are on track right now. We have actually just kind of surpassed the dollar amount for this year program. So we've actually expended all of the funding set aside for this year so far. It's been an average of about $9,800 that goes to each property owner, and about $4,000 as an incentive per bedroom. The average rents have been about $2,400, and that's average, so it does really vary between the property size, and about $1,100 per bedroom. We've housed about 79 people, and I think that's actually over 90 now. So in the last month, we've housed even more people. The percentage, it's about 82% of those people housed have been local workers. So that other 18% have typically been children, partners, and occasional roommate. But really the majority of the people do work locally. The average household income is $116,000, and the average tenant income is about $49,000. We have a quote from a homeowner here. I'll read it out loud. I wanted to take this opportunity to tell you how much we appreciate this program. This program was a major factor in our decision to do a long-term rental on this property. It had been a short-term rental for as long as the trust had owned it, for over 20 years. My husband and I have been going to Tahoe and North Star with our family for 50 years. We love the area and all it has to offer to both vacationers and local residents. Without locals, we realized there would be no opportunity for vacationers. So this really has been a program that's been trying to incentivize people to think that long-term rentals can be beneficial. I have anecdotally heard many stories out there in the community of people who are hesitant or nervous to rent long-term, that they feel like a short-term rental is less impact, maybe less destructive, but we're trying to really encourage that long-term rentals can be beneficial. They don't have to be destructive. People can take care of your home very well as if it were their own and be a stable source of income. So we are requesting a one-year extension for this program. This was a pilot program for the first year. So we are requesting $500,000 from reserve transient occupancy tax funds. That does include the contract for $95,000 with Placemate. This is the same budget that we had this previous year. Placemate is fully administering and marketing the program for the county. County staff do help manage and work with Placemate and distribute the grants. We did go to the North Tahoe Community Alliance in May to ask for a recommendation for use of these funds. We typically do that with the NTCA to get recommendations on the use of transient occupancy tax funds for housing and transportation. And they did provide that recommendation. So the actions requested today are to approve the allocation of $500,000 in TOT reserve funds, approve the 23-24 fiscal year budget amendment to the Tahoe Economic and Community Enhancement budget in the amount of $500,000, and to cancel the Tahoe Economic and Community Enhancement reserve funds in the same amount, to approve a fiscal 23-24 budget amendment for Cedar administration and fiscal support, and to approve an agreement with Placemate for the marketing and implementation of the program for the amount of $95,000 for the one-year period, and to find the actions requested exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15061B3 and 15378B. Just to clarify, it was housed in the funds were housed in the CEO's department, and we are transferring those funds over to Cedra, since Cedra has been the department actually running the program. So that's why there's the cancellation in there, in case you had a question. So with that, I will leave it open to questions, and Chase and I are happy to answer them for you.
Thank you, Emily. Any comments from board members?
I do have a question.
Yeah, please go.
So thank you, Emily. I really appreciate it. And it's great to see that the program is doing what it intended to do, is actually make sure we open up housing for people who work here. So that's terrific. And I certainly want to see the program continue. The question that I have is, so we spent $500,000 and 34 properties are in the program. The next year coming around, are those property is going to be funded again at the same amount more or less? And and if that's the case, then does that open up funds for new properties? So how does that work?
Yeah, that's a great question. The program funds can only be used for 1 year for a homeowner. So it's a 1-year encouragement to go down this path with long-term rentals and hope that they like it and will continue. And Chase does have some data on that. And we will be tracking as these, especially the 12-month leases and seasonal leases transition over. So the new year of funding would only go to new homeowners who have not participated in the program so far.
Great. So just a follow-up question. So this has been done in Truckee and somewhere else you mentioned. And so if they've done that longer, what have they seen as far as their stats with people continuing? See, good. I asked a question that you could answer, continuing on with the leases.
Yeah, good morning. Chase Jandrin, General Manager of Placemate. So Truckee, where we've been operating the longest, we're going into 3 years now. It's close to 60% of homeowners indicate that they either have extended the lease or plan on extending the lease. And frankly, it's one of the data points we're most proud of, showing the success of the program. To piggyback on what Emily said, for the Placer County program, we collect that data towards the end of the lease. And since we're not quite at the 1-year mark, we've just started collecting that data for the Placer program. I can tell you that 75% of homeowners who received an incentive for a seasonal lease have indicated they're either going to do that again or extend the lease long-term.
Great. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you. Thanks. This is a great program and it's been hugely successful. I've heard a lot from the community. A couple questions. Do we know the employment of the tenants that are getting employed? Do we know the breakdown between tourism, local government, other agencies?
We do have that data and we can dive into that and get any data that you'd like.
Okay.
We don't have it in front of us today.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is we're always trying to extend our dollars. And these dollars are transient occupancy tax dollars that are based on tourism. But I do think a lot of our employment up here is in local government, local agencies, nonprofits, and also businesses that are not tourism directly related, construction, engineering for my husband, other professions up here. And I'd love to see those people helping fund this, even if we looked at a match from the employer side. And I know it's more work to try to put that together, but I'd love to see the TOT dollars pushed to get other matching funds in to help sustain this program from employers who aren't maybe directly involved in tourism. Because I've heard from a lot of folks that have taken advantage and are not, whether it's our schools, our hospital, our medical profession, others that might want to participate. Maybe the employers could come up with a local match to help the county further this program. So,
Yeah, that's a great suggestion. We're hoping that with the Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency's creation of a housing fund in this next year, that we'll be able to really get those private and other public dollars into that fund to help match programs like this.
I hear from employers all the time from all sectors that they want to see more housing for their employees. And the county has really taken a great step forward and invested a lot. I'd love to see some of those who aren't participating directly be asked, because it could be nominal, it could be more significant. The lumber, I keep thinking of other people that aren't part of the T-bid and not part of TOT that could help us. So happy to help make those contacts and make the ask, because I'm so passionate about trying to get housing for our community.
Yeah, we'll definitely add that as a goal for that.
And then I'll just share, and I know I already shared this with you privately, but in our briefing, I shared with Emily that some local residents asked me to bring up the Aspen program that's called Tenants for Turns, where the ski area is directly underwrite, giving a room to a ski area employee in exchange for ski passes and others. And I said, you could expand that to other types of businesses as well. So there's a lot of people in other jurisdictions we can learn from that are trying to expand the dollars that are going into programs like this. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Any other comments? Supervisor Landon.
Just one quick question. I was wondering, so on the pipeline, it says there's 201 that were qualified and then 114 that weren't, and 24 that had the grant. So the nexus between that, are those people on a wait list to be involved in the program, or where are they?
So there's a bit of a sales cycle as folks express interest. So when homeowners first reach out to us, we qualify them based on the prior use of the property, inform them about the program guidelines. One of the big ones, especially in Placer County, I was going to go income. There is no income cap for Placer County, but it's informing them on the guidelines of the program. And some of them simply aren't interested. Some of them are not qualified because they've already been renting their home within the past 12 months long-term. Some are just outside the boundaries, the TTUHD, the school district boundary. So there's just a bit of a disconnect there between folks learning about the program and then following up as to when they desire to rent the home if they choose to.
Okay, great, thanks.
You bet.
Supervisor Jones.
Yes, good morning, Emily. Thank you. So in order to qualify, you have to have been renting it as a short-term rental.
That is a goal, to try and convert some vacation homes and short-term rentals into long-term rentals. But it does not have to have been a short-term rental. The real qualification is that it was not rented long-term in the last 18 months.
Oh, okay. And so they get the incentive, I'll call it pay, to rent it long-term, but it's a one-time incentive.
Yes, they get it at the 6-month mark and then, or beginning, and then I'll let you.
Yeah, so it's a one-time incentive, and the incentives are split into 2 payments. So they get the first half when all the documents are submitted and approved by the county, and the second half when the appropriate documents are submitted at the end of the lease.
Oh, okay. Okay. I'm wondering, do you keep data since now if they lease it again for another, say they lease it for a 1-year term, and then they lease it again for another 1-year term, they're only eligible for the first time that they lease it?
Yeah, that's right. It's one and done. The incentive does not roll over year or lease to lease.
Okay. So are you keeping data as to those who, after that long-term lease with the one-time incentive, how many then are perhaps pulling out of that program and returning back to short-term rentals?
Yeah, we do. We don't track specifically if their plans are short-term, but to my comment earlier that for the Placer program, because we haven't even technically come up on a year yet, we don't have very good data on how many are extending their 1-year lease. We do know that 75% of folks that did a seasonal lease have indicated that they have either extended to a long-term or are considering doing a seasonal again. Truckee, where we've been the longest, that data shows that we're almost 60% of homeowners continue to lease long-term, even though there is no additional incentive.
Okay. So will you in the future keep that data?
Yeah. Now, once we hit that 1-year mark starting next month, over the next 3 months, we should start seeing some really good data coming in. And then, of course, ongoing, we'll have that data. And we're happy to provide that at any time.
Okay, great. Thank you both.
You bet.
And I will add to that, we can track the homeowners who have participated in the program and then compare that to our permit applicants on the short-term rental program, just to see who may be active in that program as well.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions or comments from the board, any member of the public wish to address the board on this item? See none. Is there anyone online?
I see none, Chairman.
Thank you. So I'll bring it back to the board for action.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Supervisor Gore. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Landon,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Gustafson,
Aye.
Gore, Holmes.
Aye. Thank you, Emily. The item is moved. Now we'll move to our 9:30 timed item. Which is a commendation for Kimberly Bromley. We're asked to approve and present a commendation for Kimberly Bromley for 25 years of dedicated public service as a full-time employee of the Placer County Sheriff's Office. Okay, thank you, Sheriff.
I Oh, she's not getting off that easy.
All right. So I'm going to, by the way, congratulations on your retirement, but I'm going to read this commendation. In the matter of a commendation recognizing Kimberly Bromley for 25 years of dedicated public service as an employee of the Placer County Sheriff's Office. Whereas Kim Bromley is retiring from the County of Placer Office of the Sheriff after dutifully serving that agency and the citizens of the county for 25 years. And whereas Kimberly began her career as a public safety dispatcher in 1998, and whereas Kimberly excelled at call taking and was known to be appropriately empathetic while she handled complex issues in calls professionally. And whereas Kim was a public safety dispatcher until 2010, when North Tahoe Dispatch Services were consolidated with Auburn, ceasing dispatch operations on the North Shore, at which time she transitioned to an administrative legal clerk. Whereas Kimberly's years of service and various assignments provided her with resources and tools to be a wealth of information, not only to her coworkers, but the citizens of Placer County. And whereas Kimberly Bromley served the citizens of Lake Tahoe for her entire career, where she was deeply connected to her community, and whereas Kim's dedication to the office of the sheriff and the citizens of Placer County has been honorable. She has performed with professionalism and conscientious attention to duty throughout her career. Now therefore let it be known that the above commendation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Placer at a regular meeting held on July 25th, 2023, on behalf of the citizens of Placer County. The Board of Supervisors acknowledge with great appreciation the exceptional service of Kimberly Bromley and wish her well in her retirement and future pursuits. So this is a part where someone makes a motion.
So moved. And I'll second. I'll second, Mr. Sheriff.
Alrighty, motion by Supervisor Guston, second by Supervisor Jones. Well, let's see. I guess this is not a roll call, so all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay. And now, Ms. Bromley, if you'd like to say a few words, I know the sheriff's chomping at the bit to.
I just want to thank the board for this acknowledgement, and I want to specifically thank the sheriff's office for this great opportunity for 25 years. It's been a pleasure. It's been a roller coaster ride. It's been all the above, and I've had a wonderful life and career here in North Lake Tahoe, and I've been able to, live here and be part of the community and, rear 2 children and a husband and wonderful relationships. And I'm really proud of that. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you to the sheriff.
Did you want to introduce your family?
My husband's here, Todd Bromley, and my kids are both working and they can't be here today.
Okay.
And my BFF, Suzanne Johnson, we worked together most of those 25 years. And yeah, so
Alrighty.
thank you again.
You
Really
bet. Thank you
appreciate it. And,
for 25 years.
yeah, thank you. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Sheriff, did you want to say a few words or?
Sure.
Barbara?
Kim, I just want to thank you so much for all your years of service, especially up here in Lake Tahoe, which brings its own unique challenges for us as a sheriff's office in providing public safety. And, we have an analogy at the sheriff's office that we're kind of like a large aircraft carrier. And, you see the deputies out on the street, which could be considered like the fighter pilots on the aircraft carrier. But honestly, there's thousands of people below deck that keep that aircraft carrier running and keep those pilots in the air. And everybody at the sheriff's office is so mission critical. And to have you serve 25 years up here, specifically a large portion of that as a public safety dispatcher, which truly are some of the unsung heroes in public safety, really means a lot to me. So thank you so much for everything you've given to this community. And honestly, congratulations on a well-earned retirement. I'm super happy and very proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Now we'll move to our 9:35 timed items. This is a Board of Supervisors commendation recognizing Placer County Liability Manager Terry M. Boutron for outstanding service. We're asked to approve and present a commendation recognizing Placer County Liability Manager Terry M. Boutron for outstanding service. Hey, nice to see you. Thanks for dressing up. You look very nice. Well, first of all, before I present this, I just want to tell you, I've watched you in action. You sit in your little office, nobody knows really what you do, but when I come over, you've always a wealth of information. And during this time with our shelter and our camping, I was out there watching you and meeting with you right at the site, and the tremendous job you did in order to clean up that mess and make sure that we were doing everything legally as prescribed. You really did an awesome job. So I'm very honored to be able to read this commendation. In the matter of a commendation recognizing Placer County Liability Manager, I never knew what you did. Now I know what you did. Terry M. Boutron for outstanding service. Whereas Liability Risk Manager Terry M. Boutron provided outstanding service to the residents of Placer County related to the closure of the former homeless encampment on the Placer County Government Center. For 3 months, Terry was personally available 24/7 to ensure residents of the former encampment were able to access and retrieve their personal belongings. Terry dedicated approximately 100 hours to this effort. He received more than 140 phone calls and responded on site more than 122 times in rain, sleet, grapple, what's that? Huh?
It's the mix.
Oh, it's a mix. Oh, grapple and snow. I didn't know that. After 3 months of facilitating property storage and retrieval at the former encampment, Terry oversaw the safe and successful removal of the remaining 75.51 tons of debris at the site. Whereas through his extraordinary leader efforts on a difficult task, Terry M. Boutron demonstrated leadership and gained trust and respect from the homeless community as well as his colleagues. Whereas Placer County is grateful to have worked with Terry M. Boutron to address the decommission of the homeless camp, and Placer County commends Terry M. Boutron for his dedication and leadership on behalf of the residents of Placer County. Now therefore let it be known that the above commendation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Placer at a regular meeting held on July 25th, 2023 on behalf of the citizens of Placer County. So I will entertain a motion to approve this. All right. It's been moved by Supervisor Gore, seconded by Supervisor Gustafson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All righty. Any comments from board members? Supervisor Gore.
Just a big thank you, Terry. Not an easy job, but you definitely demonstrated professionalism and compassion. And I just appreciate your willingness to be basically on the clock 24/7 for a number of months. So thank you so much. It was not an easy job, but you did it so well, and we really appreciate your efforts.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Supervisor Jones.
Yes, I'd like to extend thank you also because you did a wonderful job. You can hardly tell anybody was there. And I think we finally got it right with the folks who were camped out there. Did a great job. Kudos to you.
Supervisor Landon.
Terry, thank you so much for everything that you've done. I think you're kind of like the Wizard of Oz You're just doing all this stuff behind the scenes. And I think I'm really glad you're getting recognized for such great work because you really, truly deserve it. So thank you.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, and ditto to everything everyone said in the resolution. Terry, I think that homelessness is one of the biggest challenges our society faces. We don't have easy answers, and the challenges that it presented to this county and how we embarked on this journey that we learned a lot through and have done tremendous work through, but it's because of you. And I think there's so many heroes in public service that aren't out in front with badges and patches, but are truly heroes serving the public that don't get recognized. So I'm happy to participate in this recognition. Well deserved. Not that they don't deserve it too, but they're out in front a lot. Thanks.
County Council has a comment.
Terry, on behalf of myself and the rest of the county council's office, I can't thank you enough. It was a tough job. You were there all the time. For those of you who don't know, Terry actually had a map of every tent. He knew every person. As we've mentioned, he was on the call 24/7. We always could rely on Terry to be unflappable and to do what needed to be done. And it went off beautifully. And I thank you very much on behalf of myself and my other attorneys.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public wish to address us on this item? Oh, the county executive officer has a comment.
Thank you, Board Chair. Terry, I cannot add to what's been said, but trust you know that you and the RISC team were truly the unsung heroes of us getting it right out at PCGC. So thank you.
Is it okay if I say a couple words? Didn't want to stop you, sir. So I want to thank all of you for this kind of commendation today. It means a great deal to me. However, this was truly a group effort. The closing of the old homeless encampment could not have been done so successfully without the following departments' help: procurement, health and human services, probation, Placer County Sheriff's Department, roads, CEO's office, county council, and the full risk management team. I want to especially call out Placer County Facilities, Dennis Hughes, Dan Sleifler, Jay Bazer, and their employees handled everything that was asked of them and more. This was truly a joint effort. Thank you.
We'll now move to our 9:45 a.m. timed item, County Executive Presentation on Emergency Preparedness Efforts. Receive a presentation regarding the county's emergency preparedness efforts. County Executive Officer.
Thank you, Board Chair. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to present on this item and really to kind of highlight another outstanding Team Placer effort. We have an experienced multidisciplinary team comprised of County Fire, PCSO, the Sheriff's Office, OES, and others who are here today to provide a comprehensive review of evacuation planning and operations, especially concerning East Placer and wildfires. As Supervisor Gustafson noted this morning in her opening comments, this is a team truly to be proud of. They have executed successful evacuations for the county's large fires, which sadly we've had a few too many of in recent years. Both areas had similarities to what we face here in Eastern Placer. There's a strong leadership working on a number of fronts that you'll hear more about this morning, including a town hall that will be held here in Tahoe in mid-August, August 17th. Next slide, please. What makes Tahoe an international draw also presents some unique circumstances for emergency management response planning, as you can see noted here. I think we skipped a slide. There we go. Its topography, its unique weather and climate, our road and transportation network, particularly during these busy summer months, as well as the constellation of partners, federal, state, and local agencies that really truly have to work together to get the job done. Next slide, please. Wildfire and evacuation is the most likely hazard to cause extensive evacuations in Eastern Placer. And I, for one, am pleased and proud to share the story of the truly impressive Eastern Slope Unified Command Training exercise that took place right here in Tahoe last week. And I trust someone can cue the video.
We are a regionalized professional emergency services community. And we communicate. We know each other. We have built-in relationships and we know each other and we trust each other. I want the public to trust us, that we know what we're doing because we do. And have proven those capabilities in the face of the Mosquito Fire, the Caldor Fire.
The evacuation process is a huge part of this type of training, especially with the unique nature of the Lake Tahoe Basin. The relationship translates to the population by really timely emergency management, which equals safety to the public. Whether that's timely communications, timely evacuations, it enables us to make better, faster decisions.
There are limited ways in and out from the lake, and folks need to know that we've got them, we've got this covered, we are preparing, and we're ready to help when needed. You play like you practice, and practice is essential to building those partnerships, forging those relationships, and being able to work together when it's needed best.
We're listening to our communities. We know this is a big issue for them. They're concerned that we be prepared and ready to evacuate them if need be, or to respond to emergencies that may affect their lives.
Chief Estes.
Well, good morning, Chairman Holmes and members of the board. Jane, thank you very much for your opening comments. And thank you very much for the ability for us to come and speak with you this morning. My name is Brian Estes. I'm the State and County Fire Chief, and I actually only have one slide, so I will try to maintain some brevity this morning. But to echo some of the things that were said about the Sheriff's Office employee of 25 years in North Tahoe, the Tahoe Basin and the Truckee Basin, this region is a really, really special place, and it has its own specific priorities and objectives that are sometimes different than over the summit on the West Slope. But at the end of the day, it is a very complex, but it's a really interesting fabric of emergency services. And in my 33 years of service, I worked for 17 years on the south side of the river and worked very, very closely as a sitting member for the last 15 years with the Lake Tahoe Regional Fire Chiefs Association, which is probably the most complex fire chiefs association in the state of California. It incorporates 2 states and 5 counties. It incorporates federal areas, state areas, and local municipal areas. But at the end of the day, we really do communicate, as I said in that video, and we do have those built-in relationships. We could not do what we do, whether it's on the east slope or the west slope. And I kind of jokingly talk to my partners about, on both sides, about breaking down the granite wall and being more collaborative, because one of the beautiful things about the East Side Fire and Emergency Services agencies is we share a common 911 dispatching system out of Grass Valley. And so with that unified ordering point and the ability to communicate directly with our partners with the Sheriff's Office and have a common unified ordering point for resources, it really is just a highway and a summit. There is no delay in getting resources. We also have specific resource obligations and agreements with our partners on the east side of the basin, including Truckee Meadows and Reno, and our allied agencies down in the Carson Valley. So we have a tremendous amount to draw from. None of this would be possible, and we wouldn't be speaking here today if it was not for your board's commitment to Placer Emergency Management. And I will tell you, I'm so proud to be part of the model that we are here representing today. It really is working. I will tell you, and I think Sheriff Wu will emphasize that as well, that it is really working, and I think it's going to continue to put Placer County on the tip of the spear. You know, we do have some very specific jurisdictional land areas within the Lake Tahoe Basin, and those were really highlighted after in 2008 after the Angora fire and the Blue Ribbon Commission led by Senator Feinstein. And you know, the entire Lake Tahoe Basin is really made up of three different jurisdictional responsibilities. You have federal, you have state responsibility area, and you have a small section of local or municipal, which is the city of South Lake Tahoe. But in those state responsibility areas, that fabric intertwines with our close partnerships with our special districts represented here today. And we both have missions, we both have jurisdictional authority, and we work together as well as working closely with our federal agencies. In the path of a major wildland fire, the jurisdictional authority and the fiscal responsibility for sometimes tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars of impact to emergency services is going to lie with CAL FIRE. And the jurisdictional authority, as Sheriff Wu will talk about, with evacuations and the care of displaced persons lies with the Sheriff's Office. But we could not do it. No one could do it without the help of each other. We need the initial first responders. We need the larger incident management. We need law enforcement and fire and emergency management in order to be successful. So I believe in it. I've lived it for 33 years, and I do believe that we have seen, as most recently with the mosquito fire, we have seen the efforts of that unified approach, and we will continue it. You have my word as your fire chief that we will continue those efforts into the future. So with that, I'm going to like to turn it over to my partner, Sheriff Wayne Wu.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. Next slide, please. Maybe one back. There we go. Morning, Chairman Holmes, members of the board. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for this presentation and opportunity. Honestly, as I look over at the team over here to my left, I couldn't be more excited and more proud to be part of Team Placer. This is really an exciting time for, I think, us as an organization, meaning the county, and our community. It's really officially taken effect, I think, this fiscal year since July 1. And as you look at some of the work they're already doing with the Joint Unified Command training up here in the Tahoe Basin last week, I couldn't be more excited about the future. For us, I think it was a first. We even had out-of-state law enforcement. We had Washoe County come participate, because truly when it comes to an emergency up here in the Lake Tahoe Basin, we all have to work together as first responders. And we also did a unique thing as far as the Sheriff's Office is concerned. When we've done this training on the West Slope for a while over the years, it's always been supervisors and managers and people that are really going to take over incident command. We brought personnel up from our Auburn headquarters to man the Tahoe substation. We put line level employees, deputies that are out on the street, through this training last week to ensure that they had the tools that they needed to immediately form a unified command, even at that level, and start making timely, good decisions in unified command. So we're very excited about that. There's a couple of bullet points on the slide, you know, I think highlight why it's so important. Your board had the leadership and vision to embark on this team, this multi-jurisdictional team, because we do have each jurisdictional unique authorities depending on the incident. And as the sheriff, it is our responsibility to take care of evacuations. We take that very seriously. And once people are displaced, obviously, then we want to make sure that they're not further victimized and that we protect their properties and work closely with our partners in the fire service to ensure that we get those people also back in their homes as soon as it's safe to do so. We don't want to displace them any longer than possible. And we have so many other different types of critical incidents that could occur here in Placer County that do require us to work together. Hazardous materials, things like that I've touched on, I think when we made that initial presentation, where law enforcement has a jurisdictional authority to be the incident commander, and then we rely on our fire partners to help mitigate the incident. So it's extremely important that we have that collaborative relationship. You know, if you remember back a few months ago, we did this presentation proposing this to the board. And I used an analogy back then, an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And I couldn't be more excited to see that already coming to fruition in the short time that this team's been together. You know, whether maybe we should brag about it or get our heads examined, but when Brian and I have talked and started to put this thing together, we each bring 66 years combined emergency management experience to the table. And we really are looking to join with all of our partners in the fire service, law enforcement, including across the state line, to make sure that our community is taken care of and that we're well prepared to respond to an all hazard emergency, whether it's wildfire or anything else. So with that, I couldn't be more proud to turn it over to the team over here, and I'll turn it over to Ryan for the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Chair Holmes and Board of Supervisors. My name is Ryan Messer, Battalion Chief, Cal Fire, Placer County Fire, Fire Marshal, and Fire Branch representative for the Office of Emergency Management, Placer County. Today is July 25th. Fire season is finally here. And at 09:45 today, just to highlight it, we just pre-positioned 3 Whiskey Lima to the Truckee Airport for pre-positioning to predicted weather. Today, I'm going to speak to fuel, weather, and topography of the Tahoe Truckee area. Currently, Tahoe has experienced the winter's record snowfall, which gave us a long spring season. Summer is here and the high country still has snow. And at our training that we had last week, the backdrop still showed waterfalls that were active in the Squaw in the Palisades area. The ground in Truckee Tahoe area is still wet. The fuel at higher elevations is predominantly a timber model. Next slide, please. One more. Thank you. The fuel at higher elevations is typically a timber model, and that's 1,000-hour fuel, which takes 1,000 hours for those fuels to reach its critical dryness that would support fire. The picture that I posted on here shows the ground fuel. If you look at the base of the trees, there's very little ladder fuels and ground fuels in this area. If you look at the shoulder going up the hill, you'll see the timber model, which gives way to a brush model to the snow brush. It's typical for Tahoe area. Next slide, please. The weather in the Tahoe Basin. It's typically cooler weather at higher elevations and has a very good humidity recovery. The westerly winds that come from the Great Basin are a daily occurrence. When I worked up here, we called them the Truckee trade winds, and they were you could pretty much set your clock on them. If the Truckee trade winds weren't blowing, the area will typically get a thundercloud buildup. And with that buildup, there can be some lightning with it, but most of the time the lightning's accompanied with copious amounts of water. The biggest threat for this area is definitely the wind event. A sustained wind event can threaten the timber stands of this area. Next slide, please. Moving to the topography of this area. The lake level is about 6,000 feet. So at the 6,000 foot elevation, we break away from the brush model into the timber model. But from 6,000 to 10,000 feet elevation, the vegetation gets sparse and breaks away to a granite cap. The high peaks of this area give way to alpine valleys, and that's pretty predominant for the east slope. The west side, in comparison, gives way to the three forks of the American River, which have very steep drainages, which are highly vegetated. Next slide, please. Multiple agency response. A high dispatch in the basin supplies 8 engines on initial dispatch. Those 8 engines come from a collaborated effort with local fire districts and our federal partners. They come from CAL FIRE, Truckee, and Carnelian Bay, the TMU, Federal Forest Agency, the Tahoe National Forest, Federal Forest Agency, Tahoe, North Tahoe Fire Protection District, North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District, Olympic Valley, North Star, and Truckee. I use this slide to just give a snapshot of the fuel moistures. On the left, you have snow brush. If you look at the blue line axis, it's about 100% more saturated than its average time this year, and the average is the green dotted line. If you see where the green dotted line comes to the red line is at its lowest fuel moisture. It intersects around October, November. And again, if you look at the right side, that's manzanita or greenleaf. And these samples were taken in the Tahoe Donner area. Again, if you look at the blue line, they're still above average. And if you look at the green line where it intersects, it's later in the season, also September, October. Now, if everything stays static from now, and there's no precipitation between here and there, those will still hold true. If we do get weather events like typically we do in October, November, then those fuel moistures go back up again. So if you see the manzanita throughout the season, it barely gets to a critical state during this 2023 fire season. Next slide, please. Fighting fire in the basin. The local fire districts with our state partners in Amador El Dorado side of the lake and with our federal partners is very robust. The initial attack that we get is better than most of the valley communities with the 8 engines that are coming at the first 911 call. We also pre-position for weather events. So every day that there's a predicted wind event, or if we're in a fire weather watch, we will send engines and dozers up to the east side. And that's also including our 3 Whiskey Lima, the Black Hawk helicopter. Most of the time when we send these over, most of the public doesn't ever hear about them. We just send them up, they stay through the heat of the day, and they come back. If it's a sustained event, they'll stay longer. And that also is if we're at drawdown and we have our dozers that are assigned to other fires, we will have call when needed, or we will hire private dozers to come up and pre-position on the east side. And one more thing, when we do get lightning events, we go into a thing called lightning plan or multiple incident plannings. And what we do with lightning plan is it's pretty unique. We'll break up the areas into quadrants, and we get a map every day of any downstrikes that happen in the area. And with that map, they have GPS locations on them, and we can walk to each one of the downstrikes and investigate to see if there's anything holding fire or something that may pop up later. And that's just another use of our technology and our resources on the east side to keep fires at a minimum. And with that, thank you for your support with this model, and I'll hand it off to Lieutenant Myers.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. So next slide, please. Chair Holmes, members of the board, Lieutenant Ty Connors on the law branch for the Placer County Emergency Management. Next slide. So as far as our responsibility area for the Tahoe Basin, a lot of people want to know if when we do have an incident, who's going to come for their help? Who's going to come? And obviously we have our Placer County Sheriff's Office, East Slope, Tahoe Station. We work closely with Truckee, California Highway Patrol. And also any major event, we'll have the West Slope obviously coming over to assist. But one thing that's also unique is the partnership that we've been building. We also have our mutual aid partners. We have Truckee PD, Washoe County Sheriff's Office, El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, and Nevada County Sheriff's Office. So anytime we have a major event where we do need assistance with more resources when it comes to evacuation, we do ask for those additional law enforcement partners to respond. And we also have California State Parks and also the Tahoe National Forest law enforcement. Next slide. I'd like to thank Supervisor Gustafson and the CEO Jane Christensen for attending our Unified Command training that we had last week. Very successful. Obviously with that backdrop, it's a beautiful place to have some training. One part of this training that we really want to identify is the command and control and working under Unified Command. This was obviously hosted by the Sheriff's Office, CAL FIRE, Placer County Fire, and Placer OES. Coming together and working with all our fire partners, all those mutual aid resources that I spoke about all attended this training because that's the time that you want to work together, work through the problems, and then when the real time comes, we've already had that face-to-face contact. The Unified Command training that we hosted, we had a variety of different simulation scenarios for them to go through. We had a fire scenario, a civil unrest scenario. We also had an OES portion of teaching people the behind the scenes of what the Emergency Operations Center supports on a major event. We also had our CalTOPO, which I'll go into a little bit later as far as a news program, and also a PIO component of it. If you ever get face in front of a camera, how are you going to deal with it? So one thing that was unique with the fire scenarios, working with all our partners and finding out what the overall concerns are in the Tahoe Basin is the limited access egress out into the Tahoe Basin. So all the fire scenarios that we selected were going to affect like Highway 89. So we had a Ward Creek fire scenario that affected the evacuation route of Highway 89. We also had the North Tahoe State Parks fire scenario that would affect Highway 267. And they also had another fire scenario that was in Palisades, Tahoe, over by the Everline, which created some sheltering in place and also some other evacuation concerns. In doing this, again, working closely together, being well prepared and training now is getting us better prepared for when that real life incident happens. Next slide, please. So obviously under Unified Command, this is where those plans all get developed. This is where that close working relationship that we have. Obviously, I think we're, as Chief said, tip of the spear when it comes to the relationships we have with our CAL FIRE partners, being able to work together and being able to come up with the best decisions possible for dealing with an incident. Under the Field Unified Command and the Incident Command Post, again, that's where we talk with our fire partners. This is where they tell us about fire behavior, what's happening with the fire, the direction the fire is going, and in order for us to to start developing our evacuation routes and evacuation orders and warnings that we'll be setting out under notification. With our new model, obviously it speeds up the process when it comes to seamless communication with our fire partners out in Incident Command, with our EOC being able to immediately have that direct communication and finding out what kind of resources and support that we can do for the entire incident. Next slide. The evacuation continuum, just kind of give you kind of an idea of kind of the process that we go through when it comes to doing an evacuation. Obviously, everything starts with the initial incident. Once that initial gets placed and under Unified Command, we make that decision where we're going to have to either our notification if it's going into a warning or an order or shelter in place. That notification goes out to the community within that mapping boundary that was created by our GIS. And then from there, there's a lot of other decisions that has to be made. And I'll go into a little bit later on when it comes to understanding your community and what kind of resources we need to get in there when it comes to transportation, assistance with medical needs, agricultural, like with the Ag Pass, And all those things come into place when we deal with an evacuation continuum. Next slide. One thing we really wanted to make sure is we start our media campaign. I don't know if anyone follows our Facebook. We did post our first story yesterday. It was a very impactful story. We had Danielle Mitchell give her personal experience of losing her home at the mosquito fire and kind of giving her firsthand knowledge of was she ready? And she said she wasn't. She said this was a time that, listen to the evacuation orders that are coming out and don't delay. And so this is working closely with all our PIO partners and with our team here, coming up with kind of the life cycle of a fire and putting that out there to the community to have them be best informed. We also, have been pushing out the Ready, Set, Go. Again, we want to put a lot back onto the homeowners themselves to being ready. It's just not us. It's a team effort when it comes to being successful and getting everybody out, that the community itself has to be prepared and ready and put that ownership on them as well. Having a plan, know your area. I mean, that's one thing and I'll go into when it comes to like understanding temporary refuge areas or, knowing your primary evacuation routes, just knowing where you're at and how you're going to make that decision, but staying calm as possible. And then also don't ignore the warnings. And that's where that first posting we did with Danielle was really to kind of set that in to when it comes to an evacuation order and being ready to leave at any time. Our next few videos that we're going to be coming out, obviously we're going to start again with the life cycle. The next ones we'll be pushing out is regarding our mapping and evacuation zoning and everything that we do for the Placer County. Next slide. Next slide. Thanks. So obviously notifications is probably one of the most important things when it comes to the success of an evacuation of an area for obviously a major fire event. We have been pushing Placer Alert, trying to get people to sign up for Placer Alert through placeralert.org. This is obviously one way for people that do not have landline phones to get the notifications under their cell phones in the areas that are affected when it comes to an evacuation order. And this has been something we've been pushing very hard when it comes to the importance of having that notification. We use other means when it comes to obviously working with our PIO partners, creating a JIC, a Joint Information Center during a major event. So that way we have fire, county, and sheriff's office PIOs all working together to send out a consistent message. We use all social media platforms when it comes to doing the notification. Other than Placer Alert, if we really do have to push out a major message, we use our integrated public alert warning system, the IPAWS, which also incorporates the wireless emergency alert through wireless cell phones, and also the emergency alert system like through the radios or television. We continue to go through when it comes, obviously with the evacuation order. Evacuation order is obviously the time that you need to get out. This is not time to sit there and wait. This is the time for you to get out, get your family out safely, because of fire behavior working under Unified Command, that this is a time we feel it's not safe to be at your home. Under evacuation order, obviously once that gets placed, like the sheriff had mentioned, this is when we also have to look into protecting property and immediately start with extra patrolling for looting patrol in those evacuation order areas. Under evacuation warning, this is trying to give people enough time. Hopefully they're already ready. But this evacuation warning also is a good time for those people that have livestock, that have a large amount of animals, maybe they have some medical assistance needs or transportation needs, to use that evacuation warning as your time to go out and not wait till the order to come into place. Working with our Unified Command, again, we always try and look ahead as far as with fire behavior, and that's when we start building out our mapping when it comes to developing other warning zones, looking at for the future if we do have to go into an order. Shelter in place, obviously that is another decision that is made under Unified Command, or even the homeowner itself, if they feel that they just can't get out, sheltering in place. But sheltering in place is that time, like with our scenario that we had at Everline. Everline, the resort was getting evacuated and the evacuation route was getting cut off by the fire, so the entire Palisades community was basically asked to shelter in place because that was the safest way to deal with the situation at the time. Last result is that temporary refuge area. This is the last case scenario where all evacuation routes maybe are cut off and you just have no way of getting out. And that's knowing and understanding your community and your area. Like Tahoe City, you have the golf course, or you have the beach fronts, and you have a high school with a large football field. This is the kind of spots you need to go to that are open for you to kind of wait out the front of that fire to get, basically for you to wait to get out safely at a later time. But again, that is a last ditch effort. With all these things, when it comes to all the evacuations, keeping the public notified, Ready Placer dashboard is probably one of your best stop shop when it comes to knowing and understanding the incident itself. This will give you all the maps that are being developed. This will give you the fire, what's going on with the fire, all the resources that are going in, and plus Ready Placer dashboard is probably the best place for anyone to get information in regards to an incident in Placer County. We also work with 211, the connecting point. That has been a very valuable tool with us when it comes to giving the community another avenue when it comes to getting information. Sometimes they don't know exactly where they should call, and 211 is an easy number to remember. And they can call 211, get information about the incident itself. They can get some resources. And also they start collecting data when it comes to, medical needs or other stuff that we can help out with. And we use 211 quite extensively during the mosquito fire. And then as far as the last thing is when we go, the biggest part of the high when an order is people don't realize that we actually will go door to door in an evacuation order. We use a lot of resources, again, working under unified command, making sure that we have enough resources going in and hearing the high-low siren. The high-low siren is not just a different siren we use every day. It's the only time that we'll ever use that is during an evacuation order for going into a community. We're doing it to get you out. And so if you hear that and you haven't got any phone calls, but you hear that siren coming, we're coming to tell you you need to leave. And we will actually go through door to door, making sure that we do the best we can to try and notify everyone in that affected area. Next slide. One thing I'm actually very proud of with our team and also working with our PAOs is how do you notify people that are visitors, vacationers in a beautiful place like Tahoe, and you have the Tahoe Basin, is how do you get them notified of emergency? You might have someone vacationing here for a couple weeks, and so when we do have a major event, how are we going to get that notification out there to them? So with our brainstorming idea, we're coming up with actually contacting all the different counties surrounding the basin and working with their OES teams is we want to create a map that can be easily accessible. We're thinking about, printing out at, bus stops, Airbnbs, flyers, hotels, anywhere they can, but basically it's getting people to stay connected in Tahoe. This map will have a QR code that you can click on with your phone, and you'll be able to find out where your location's at within the Tahoe Basin, and it will refer you to that emergency notification system. And that way, again, we can ensure that Tahoe Basin is the best we can when it comes to notifying those people that are visiting. I think, again, it's a great proactive response that we're doing coming out of this team and just taking that on, knowing and understanding the Tahoe Basin and how hard it is to deal with obviously a transient population like that. Next slide. This is probably one of the biggest questions we ever get when it comes to evacuation zones and mapping. Why doesn't Placer County use a third-party evacuation zone software? And there's several reasons, but one of them is the biggest question is why we take ownership. It's coming from our agency. We have a very, when it comes to the GIS, we have the county GIS, we have the sheriff's office GIS, and we have people that are directly involved in an incident as soon as it occurs. We can develop maps and be more surgical and precise with our mapping when it comes to the fire behavior. When it comes to some of the pre-zoning, again, fire behavior dictates the zones and the areas that we're going to evacuate. And sometimes with that pre-zoning, when you have a fire incident and it might be touching a small portion of that zone, that whole zone is getting evacuated, which then in turn creates more on our end when it comes to dealing with a massive amount of, we try and evacuate in a systematic way and not just everyone at once, because we're trying to limit congestion and get everyone out systematically. So having the capabilities of having our GIS specifically with the sheriff's office, working directly with our unified command immediately, this allows us to be, again, more precise when it comes to developing our mapping. The maps that we get developed will immediately get placed on the dashboard, and so people know and understand what are the affected areas. And also when it comes to having us doing it, it's internally created. It's not created by a third-party person or a company that's not even within Placer County, and the quality control that we can control that as well. When I was in the Coast Guard, they had a motto, Semper Paratus, and Semper Paratus means always ready. And we want the community to understand that just because we don't have our pre-zoning or any of the stuff that we have, that we are always ready to handle any situation that's happening within the county, but also putting it back on the homeowner itself, that they always have to be ready at any time during a fire season, is to being ready to leave at any given time. The other things that we have going with us as well when it comes to our mapping and zoning, we are working on a pre-incident map. It's hard to see, it's the far one on the right. We actually have some that have been developed in Colfax, Applegate, Forest Hill. The pre-incident maps is probably one tools that we use extensively during the mosquito fire and the river fire. How these maps are developed is that we use a collaboration effort with all our partners, with Public Works, California Highway Patrol, the Sheriff's Office, or any other jurisdictions, fire districts. They all have basically are putting input and data into this pre-incident map, and they're identifying infrastructure, places that we need to be concerned of, high density population areas. They are identifying temporary refuge areas. And that way, if anyone that's coming from the West Slope has never worked in Tahoe, they can break out that map and they know where the fire, if the fire is going into a location, they can automatically see what kind of things that they have to deal with and to help them in their decision-making process. We are currently right now developing the pre-incident maps for the Tahoe Basin. We have reached out to all the fire district partners and also with Truckee, CHP, Public Works, and we're all going to start working on the data entry points for us to create the Tahoe Basin pre-incident map. Another tool that we've been using, and I said during the training, is the CalTopo or SARTopo. This is what we use extensively during search and rescue, but we have found that it's a very useful tool when it comes to using that during a major incident. We are able to create a map immediately out in the field when it comes to boundaries with our incident command and our unified command. But when people are responding to this with comes to allied agencies or with the sheriff's office, when you're doing evacuation orders, they immediately can sign on to this map, and it's a real-time map where we can identify everyone where they're at in the map when it comes to law enforcement. So that way we can oversee what's going on and where they're at within the incident. But they also can start notifying and marking, checking each house that they go to. They can notify if it's a refusal, if someone's left, or there's no answer. We can identify that on the map real time. So that way, if the fire's coming in and we have some refusals, we know and understand where they're at. Again, this is just a better way of when it comes to command and control of this incident. We also have adopted Ladris. Ladris is a AI kind of software that helps out with what do you want to call it, not contraflow, but basically the traffic flow. We can put in our primary evacuation routes. We can put in the population of that area at the time of year. Say Tahoe City during 4th of July, we can put in 40,000 people. And we tell that the primary evacuation routes are 289 or 267 and 89. This program will actually run and find out where all the choke points are at and what the total time it'll take to actually evacuate that area. And so it's a really good program to help us with developing a good evacuation route and plan when getting to people out safely. Next slide. So this kind of gives you an idea of evacuation route. On the, say the left side is just your typical roadway, so you have 267 or even 89. When we talk about contraflow is a very useful tool that we can use. And I didn't realize it until we really started looking at like on 267 from shoulder to shoulder, all the way to the pavement is over 50 feet. And so when you talk about the average size car, the width and everything that goes with that, you can actually create almost 7 lanes of traffic when it comes to going one direction. Obviously, we got to have a lane for emergency traffic. So the one on the right kind of gives you an idea that we can now, convert a 2-lane roadway into a three lanes one way with an emergency lane of traffic. And if you think about it, 3 lanes to 4 lanes, that's I-80. And how many people can travel on I-80 getting out? 267 actually is a very good when it comes to contraflow because there are arterial roads leading in. That's just less traffic control points that we have to deal with. But again, this is where we work closely with our partners and making sure that we have traffic control points in place. And that way we can control the amount of traffic going out in one direction to safely get everyone out. And then when it comes to, and that, like I say, the contraflow is probably one of the things that people don't really realize how much we can control a situation when it comes to those traffic control points and getting people out safely, especially when you have a minimal amount of routes out of the Tahoe Basin. Next slide. So repopulation obviously is another process that it takes when it comes to, ultimately we want to get people back home and we want to do it safely. We want to do it systematically. Again, a decision that's decided under unified command. And you hear unified command a lot, and that's why we train a lot in it, because that's where a lot of decisions are being made. When it comes to the repopulation, again, we work with all our cooperators. We get all the liaisons through utilities, building departments, HHS, road department, and we all have to be on board before we actually do any type of repopulation of anyone. Because the worst thing you want to do is when you evacuate and then you repopulate and then you have to evacuate again. So we don't want to do that twice. So that's, again, working closely with our partners and making sure before we send anyone back in that it's safe to do so. We do also work with, on the repopulation with all our partners, but also, helping the community out with any needs that they have. You have the COAD up here in Tahoe. We've been working closely with them, the community organized active disaster groups. They have that close connections with all the nonprofits and everything up here in the Tahoe Basin. And we have been working with them, with our team, and building those relationships with them. So when we do have that repopulation or when people are displaced, that we'll be able to help them out as much as possible. Next slide, please. So with that being said, with our training, we've tested our capabilities, our training, our experience, our overall planning, our GIS mapping, and our unified command. Our successes have been tested with mosquito fire and the river fire. And with that being said, in the mosquito fire, we evacuated over 11,000 people, almost the whole entire Forest Hill Divide. The river fire, a fast moving fire, we evacuated over 6,600 people out of that burning fire. With that being said, with all the experience and training that we've had and working together closely as a team, our training has proven to be very successful. We had no injuries, we had no deaths, and during those 2 major fires. And we just want to ensure the citizens of Placer County that we have their backs and our training. And like Chief said, we want them to trust in our decisions and knowing that we're making the best possible decisions to keep them safe. Thank you. And I'll turn it over to Dave Atkinson.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Next slide, please. One more.
Here we are.
So as we wrap up our presentation, we just wanted to touch on a few other really important points related to this. Of course, you've heard a lot today about what happens when those bad things happen and it is time to get out. But of course, we're all working very hard across all levels of government and the private sector and in the community to mitigate with the intent of, if that bad thing does happen, that we don't have to leave, or that if we have to leave, we can do it safely. And so there's a really long list of things up there. Your board's been incredibly supportive across the board in our efforts, whether it's the Defensible Space Pilot Grant Program, the CHIPPR program, of course, our other partners, probation across the board, all the different things that we've been doing, the fire safe councils. And you just heard even just a couple of meetings ago about a grant that we got to kind of take care of our own houses, if it will, in terms of our county-owned properties and making sure that those are properly taken care of. And this is obviously a regional issue, right? I understand this will be a topic of conversation at TRPA tomorrow because this is such an important topic. And really part of the reason of that is that current science says that mitigation dollars save about $6 in response. So as you can imagine, and I think Jane just presented on this at her workshop not too long ago, $150 million plus for the response on the mosquito fire. And so if we can take even just a portion of that funding, put it towards mitigation and keep from having to do that, we're all better for it. Next slide, please. So another point we wanted to make, of course, we've been very focused on wildfire during this presentation because it is the top hazard in the Tahoe in the Eastern Placer region, but it's not the only one. We think about things like earthquakes. We think about things like a sheish, which is a tidal wave on Lake Tahoe. We actually did an exercise, Golden Guardian, 2011, I think, actually focusing on just that. So there are other reasons why we evacuate large groups of people. And as mentioned, because of the dynamic and the unique landscape of all of the different partners, depending on the issue, the thing that's driving the need for evacuations, we'll have different people in the mix and different groups will have jurisdictional authority. And so that's why that unified command training that you've heard so much today is so incredibly important. And the fact that we don't just have a couple of partners, but try to have them all, because any one of them could find themselves in that group at any given time. Even just today, for example, we have 30 students down at the Emergency Operations Center taking Incident Command 300 class. We've got a great mix of folks from roads departments, our city partners, and so we'll continue training in those ways. Next slide, please. And then, of course, so important to continue our outreach efforts and being able to link up with the new North Lake Tahoe specific website. We're continue to push content there. The video campaigns that you've heard about today, we've been fortunate to be invited to some of the NTCA events, and we'll continue to represent at those. You, of course, heard about our COAD, very unique actually for this area. It's a partnership between Placer County, Nevada County, the town of Truckee, and the Truckee Tahoe Community Foundation all came together willing to fund a full-time position to have an executive director because we feel that that group is so incredibly valuable, not only in the mitigation, but also in our outreach and being able to really touch and contact those groups that we often, unfortunately, don't have the best ways to communicate with. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie with our CEO Tahoe office to wrap things up.
Great.
Hi, Stephanie.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, board. Stephanie Holloway, your deputy CEO. I get the pleasure of closing this item today. So a lot of work, a lot of passion has gone into presenting and putting together this education for your board and for the community, but also, as mentioned many times, the training and just the overall preparation to be ready in the region. And so I just want to take a couple minutes to close this from a local perspective. Having gotten a firsthand experience with the mosquito fire through these resources, it really is an eye-opening experience to understand the level of resource. As the incident evolves and it may grow, as we realize with mosquito fire, so does this team and so do the resources that are associated with this team. So I just want to say I'm proud to be part of this team from an OES county perspective. I do want to take a minute to recognize the local fire districts. North Tahoe Fire, Olympic Valley Fire, North Star Fire, Truckee Fire, all have been referenced many times today. I sat in a meeting with Chief Layton yesterday, and he made a comment to us about just how grateful the districts are to have this big train that is ready, positioned to show up if need be. I think that's important. To recognize them as it relates to just their overall service in our community as well. As I sat in my office before the meeting this morning, they were running lights and sirens on Highway 28 through town. And so they are a vital resource for our community. We tend to, talk about wildfire and big risks, but they are addressing many of our concerns in the community every day. And then I also wanted to just acknowledge the Tahoe Sheriff team, under the direction of Sheriff Wu and under Sheriff Wright. I wanted to recognize Lieutenant Don Nevins, who is with us here today. He is my go-to when there are concerns for safety, for law enforcement needs in the community. And he and his team up here in Tahoe are just immediate, and their response is exceptional. So emergencies come in all shapes and sizes. They're small, they're large. They come in the winter. We had an avalanche that we obviously dealt with this winter, and now talking and focusing more on wildfires. So they are every day, and this team is very well prepared. As your deputy CEO, I am confident that when the next emergency happens, that they will be prepared and this system will be in place. When Dave calls me in the middle of the night and says we've opened the EOC, I know that I better be ready because that train has left the station. And that's important for, I think, our community to understand how quickly they react. Eastern Placer is unique. We've talked a lot about that today. The variability in our population, we've heard concerns. The number one concern that I hear in the region is the threat of wildfire, on top of really a busy tourist season. Many visitors in the region who are unfamiliar with what to do in a situation like that. So much of the resource that this team has gone through with you today, being prepared is essential for our community, and I just wanted to highlight that. As a community member, my go bag is packed. I transition the summit on a weekly basis. I have a go bag prepared in Auburn, and I have a go bag prepared here in Tahoe. And I know when the high-low siren comes through my neighborhood that I am ready to go, and I know my routes. So all those resources are in place, and I would just encourage the public to be ready when that incident happens. So with that, on behalf of the whole team, we are just really honored to be here and have provided this information to you today.
Thank you, Stephanie. I just want to thank the Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Wu and your team, the County Executive Office under Gene Christensen's leadership, and Chief Estes and his team for bringing this forward. It's very critical in these last several years of changing weather patterns and changing weather events. It's critical to have this kind of preparation. The Unified Incident Command, I've seen that out in North Auburn. It really, really is critical to have all these departments and collaboration with all the providers, including public health and public works. So just grateful that we're able to do this. I want to thank this board and past boards for providing the resources and the equipment, as you see in some of those slides. It was very critical for this moving forward. So with that, I'll open it up for Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to echo all of the compliments to our public safety responders, first responders. I am so thankful to this board and all of our good actions to embed fire and law enforcement in our OES. And you can see how much pre-planning and organization is happening because of that investment we've made. It was a big step. I know it was hard for both of you to come and ask us for the resources, but I think it really is being demonstrated today in our ability to reach out to the number one fear throughout my district, not just up here, is wildfire evacuation. What do we do? Having lived here 40 years, I was here when Angora erupted. I was on Commons Beach for a Commons Beach concert day when we saw South Shore burning up, and the concern that the communities had. And then later that summer, we had the Washoe fire. Fortunately, in both situations, all people got out safely. But then catastrophic wildfire really
became what we were concerned about. Those fires were important and motivational to all of us, but we hadn't seen the catastrophic wildfires that we now are starting to see at that point, and understanding how at risk we are. We've received thousands of written comments on the concern about evacuation, specific to projects that will come before this board, but also just in public comment here at MAC meetings, TRPA board meetings, everywhere I go, this is the number one concern. And so I thank you for taking the time to do this presentation for our community today to really help educate them. But I do have follow-up questions to make sure, because I've learned so much working so closely with both the sheriff and fire on these. One question is, and Chief, I think it's for you, or Ryan, when I went out to the Type 1 training, the Type 1 teams training up in Nevada County, you were explaining to me what safe refuge looks like. And I think it's important for our residents, if all else fails, before anyone in their family is put in jeopardy, how much space do they need to look for? And I hope that kind of helps educate people. If everything else fails, what do they need?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor. And you bring up a really good point, and I just want to echo the comments that Ty was making about our pre-plans that are being completed, and you've seen the ones in Colfax, Applegate, Forest Hill, et cetera. There are multiple layers to the way we approach evacuations, and a mass evacuation on road systems, frankly, is only one of the models that we may use. And while we talk about we want the public to trust us in that, I don't want the public to think that we don't have data and hard, objective products that we are using to formulate those decisions. These pre-plan and pre-attack maps are identifying safe refuge areas, safety zones, temporary refuge areas, and evacuation routes, as Ty talked about. We utilize that hard data in the unified command structure to then make those decisions based on the direction and the ferocity of the fire. I think the one thing that we just can't do is make a decision before we can actually use the expertise at the back of that command vehicle to know what is happening at that moment. The last thing that I want to do, or the sheriff wants to do, is put people in harm's way by making a decision prior to analyzing the fire behavior, the fire direction, and the ferocity of what's going on that given day. I had the first Code 3 strike team into the Angora fire, and I worked those neighborhoods as well. And I've been part of every major incident, that has either directly or regionally impacted the Lake Tahoe Basin or the Truckee Basin, frankly, with the Martis fire and the Gap fire. And no two fires over that 15 or 20-year period behaved the same, burned the same, acted the same. The weather was different on every single one of those fires. And so when we talk about things like safe refuge areas, temporary refuge areas, et cetera, the general rule of thumb on a safety zone or a refuge area is that you have an area 1.5 times the fuel height surrounding that, in essence, where you could stand there without any protective nature and survive an oncoming wildfire. And we do have areas in the Lake Tahoe Basin. The area we were training at last week in Olympic Valley, the multitude of airports, South Lake Tahoe and Truckee, are good examples of areas that could provide temporary refuge areas or safe refuge areas if the decision is made to shelter in place versus evacuating through major roadway systems.
And I think I think I was getting down to the more granular level, that say somebody chose not to evacuate, or the fire came so quickly that people couldn't evacuate for a family.
Yeah.
And so I look at how we're spread out around the lake, and I look at that lakeshore area, not to actually go in the water, but how far you can get away from vegetation.
Sure.
And
if people had to, that is a place that people could go, or to golf courses, or as
Sure.
you mentioned, the high school ball field. I know for decades we've talked about evacuation of North Tahoe High School and where we would put folks if the kids got trapped because of an incident. And I think it's just so important to keep using common sense and for people to have, kind of that's the worst case scenario.
Right.
And then I think when I watched the mosquito fire and being up there at Forest Hill Fire Station as the decision was made to start evacuating because of what was occurring with the fire. And I think for people up here, often we don't know the roads in other parts of the county. I hadn't been out to Michigan Bluff until I went, unfortunately, after the fire had destroyed those homes. River fire, same thing. I had not been on some of those roads in Colfax. How narrow they are, how they are one way in, one way out. They're narrower than many of our roads here and more treacherous than our roads up here. And I think it just, I have such confidence because of what I've witnessed with your professionalism and training and how you handled those situations, that I'm doing my best to convey to the community, but you're the experts, and I so appreciate you being here to do that. But I think in those incidents, the way you took command of those roads and controlled access was really reassuring to me that it isn't going to be this flood of millions of visitors jumping in their cars, getting on the road and being stuck in the kinds of traffic we see sometimes day to day, sometimes right now because of construction on gas mains, and some days just because of peak tourism. And I don't know if you have any other comments on that. I guess it's not really a question. It's more, please, whatever we can do to convey to the public that you will take control, that you will evacuate the people most at risk first, and then deploy the next set. And that's exactly what you did. I saw you do both in River Fire and in the mosquito fire, and actually in Caldor, because I went down there with you, Chief. So
well, and I think that the narrative that has existed, frankly, since the 2018 Camp Fire, that is one way in, one way out. I think we have to be somewhat cautious with that narrative because, as you know, I grew up in Paradise, and while that narrative was used across the board, there was much more than just one way in and one way out of Paradise. I would say that that the Lake Tahoe Basin, and I include the Truckee Basin in that because it's so intertwined, has a lot of multi-layered options for the protection of our citizens and residents up here, and that includes controlling traffic on a multitude of our roadways around the basin, but it also includes the golf courses, the airports, the resort communities, and frankly, a lot of beachfront property that could allow opportunities for a temporary refuge area. So I appreciate your comments, and just hearing the sheriff's comments and Ty's comments about 11,000 people evacuated from the one area on the west slope that I truly would say has one way in, one way out. That command presence and that control of traffic, obviously with no injuries or fatalities, was a success.
All right. And one other comment, and in recognition that Stephanie also brought up to our local districts, I was, in my previous career, was able to be at Tahoe City PUD in the 97 flood situation where we were cut off from the west slope. It wasn't a wildland fire. It was due to rain on snow event that trapped people on the west shore below Blackwood Canyon. And we as a cooperating agency were trying to run supplies and get public information out. But our local fire districts did take control in that situation until we had additional folks up here that could help supply. We were waiting for additional county reinforcements. It wasn't so much evacuation. It was you took control of the roads, the sheriff did, as well as CHP, to keep people in place because that Blackwood Creek looked a little bit like a major river that day going over the bridge for those of us who got to see that. But, it takes us all working together. And I think we're well positioned, and I'm so grateful to the board I think we're all proud of what you do for us and how this leadership of embedding in our OES department is really paying off for our community. I know that the upcoming town hall tomorrow, as well as the upcoming town hall, there'll probably be a lot more opportunity. I see some members of the public here that are interested to ask questions, but I really hope that town hall can be that place where we can get through a lot of the questions and concerns individuals have in their communities. I can't begin to express them all, but thousands are concerned. Thank you.
Any other comments from Supervisor Jones?
Yes, I know I've told you all this before, but I am really in awe of what you all do. I'm mostly in awe about the way you all fit together like a hand in glove when you work together. And not only what you do, how you do it, but your dedication to all the people, the citizens, the residents of Placer County in these emergencies when they're threatened with death and destruction. It's amazing to me, and I think that we cannot thank you all enough of how hard you work and how dedicated you are. Much appreciation to all of you always.
Thank you. Any other comments? Is there anyone in the audience wish to address the board on this important item? Is there anyone online?
I see none, Chairman.
Yeah. All righty. Thank you, everyone. That was very detailed presentation. And I feel comfortable. And now we're going to take a 5-minute break. Yeah. Just to warm up.
Oh, break it out. Yes, I'm
Out of 2,700 letters, Palisades, not one person.
I noticed that. Where it's public.
There's 4 of them here, but they're not saying anything. To us.
Okay, where's the heaters?
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
All right, the board is reconvening, and we're going to take up our 11 a.m. timed item, the county executive amended and restated 5-year agreement between the Placer County and the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, DBA, North Tahoe Community Alliance, and dissolution. No, it's North Tahoe Community Alliance and dissolution of the Capital Projects Advisory Committee. I think, oh, you're, okay. Sorry, I was miles away.
The deputy.
Yeah, all right.
So good morning, still Stephanie Holloway, your deputy CEO here in Tahoe. Excited to introduce this item. I'm going to hand it over to Lindsay Romack in my office to give you the bulk of the presentation. But basically, as you mentioned, Chair Holmes, this is a request to dissolve the Capital Project Advisory Committee. This is a committee of your board currently. We meet on a monthly basis and have an annual grant cycle, which makes recommendations to your board on investments in the North Lake Tahoe area consistent with the tourism master plan. So in addition to the dissolution of that, dissolving of that committee, we are also asking you to amend the 5-year agreement with the North Lake Tahoe Community Alliance, which will essentially reestablish this committee. So the committee is going away essentially as a committee of your board. It will be reestablished by NTCA as a committee that is managed by that organization and with some oversight from county staff. So as your board knows, NTCA and the county have a longstanding partnership in the region of advisement to your board on investments of TOT. That was also expanded through your board's action to form the Tourism Business Improvement District. That really set us on a journey of transformation to really identify additional sort of community engagement and community voices in the region to advise your board. The North Lake Tahoe Community Alliance has recently established, sorry, I'm going to struggle with that today, the Community Health and Economic Vitality Program. This is a program where they have established essentially a framework to advise on both TOT and TBID. So the current 5-year agreement has a new committee, which was recently formed called the TOT Committee. If you remember in the TBID agreement, that TOT committee was specifically identified to advise on housing and transportation funds. These were freed up funds, freed up TOT funds from the establishment and the assessment of the TBID. So just to kind of elevate it, I'm going to hand it over to Lindsay. We really are excited about this transition. Feel like it creates alignment with the number of committees as part of that program and provides you with a streamlined advisement role for TOT in the region. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Lindsay. I'll also mention Tony Karwowski and the NTCA staff, as well as some of their board members are here, and I'm sure they will like to give comment at the end as well. So with that, Lindsay.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. As she mentioned, I'm Lindsay Romack. I'm a management analyst in the County Executive Office and happy to present to you today on the amendment and restatement of the 5-year agreement with the North Tahoe Community Alliance and also the dissolution of the Capital Projects Advisory Committee. So as Stephanie mentioned, this initial 5-year agreement began in 2021 with the formation of the North Lake Tahoe Tourism Business Improvement District. And we can go to the next slide. I don't have a clicker. There we go. So the TBID was approved. The formation was approved by your board back in March of 2021. This is after the North Tahoe Community Alliance worked with local businesses and the businesses voted to assess themselves. They officially began collecting assessments just over 2 years ago on July 1st, 2021. And a TBID, as you're aware, is different than the transient occupancy tax, TOT. One of the differences is it's more than just lodging. It assesses lodging, but also restaurant, retail, activities, and attractions within the North Lake Tahoe boundaries. So as Stephanie touched on, the 5-year agreement outlined that now, since the NTCA would be utilizing TBID funds for their operations, there would be TOT that previously had gone to fund them that was now what we called freed up. And the 5-year agreement stipulated that that freed up TOT would be allocated towards workforce housing and transportation programs. Also, as Stephanie mentioned, in the agreement, it was outlined that there would be a new committee called the TOT committee, which would be advising the NTCA board and ultimately your board on the allocation of TOT dollars. And so if recommendation to your board and allocation of TOT dollars sounds familiar, it's because, as Stephanie highlighted too, that's also how the CAP committee works. So you can go to the next slide, please. The CAP committee, as a reminder, was established by your board in 2018, and it recommends to you the expenditure of the 2% TOT, which is the additional TOT that is charged up here in North Lake Tahoe, and recommends to you projects that are infrastructure and capital projects that initially were consistent with the tourism master plan. Back in October, your board also added that the CAP committee could look to Measure A. Measure A, as a reminder, was the ballot measure that was approved by voters last June to reauthorize the 2%. And it included some additional language about traffic reduction, trash mitigation, and workforce housing. So that means now the CAP committee is looking to some similar ideas that the TOT committee is looking to when they're making recommendations to your board. The CAP committee is currently co-convened by Placer County and NTCA staff, and your board has approved, after recommendations from the CAP committee, more than $14 million to go towards projects in the North Lake Tahoe community, which is really exciting. Next slide, please. This is just a little breakdown of the historical allocations of that funding, and I said more than 14. If you add it all up, it's actually really close to 15 million. And you can see the breakdown there. A lot has gone to trails. The majority of that has gone to the paved resort triangle trail system that ultimately will connect all of the North Lake Tahoe communities. Visitor facilities, that's been things like the history and trail hub on Donner Summit, solar trash compactors in Tahoe City. Wayfinding, that has included a lot of wayfinding signage that's under the North Tahoe Wayfinding Signage Plan to help direct visitors and residents of where different activities and prominent points are. And then transportation infrastructure, that's included the transit priority lane on Highway 89 and 267 project, as well as the Fanny Bridge Community Revitalization Project. So a lot of great things, and we're looking forward to continued great projects to be approved for funding by your board in the future. Next slide, please. So that brings us to today and the proposed amendments to the 5-year agreement. As Stephanie and I have both shared, we really see an opportunity now to bring together the CAP committee under the North Tahoe Community Alliance for a more comprehensive look at the projects and programs for funding in this region, as well as look for efficiencies. So that way we don't have a bunch of different boards looking at the same things. So the 5-year amendments include that, again, the CAP committee would be dissolved by your board and now be under the NTCA for oversight and administration, along with the TOT committee. It is outlined in the agreement that the current CAP committee membership, the current 13 folks that sit on that committee, would stay in their place through this fall 2023 grant cycle, with the addition of 2 advisory seats for Placer County. And then after this grant cycle, it gives flexibility to the NTCA to look for additional efficiencies and potentially combining the TOT and CAP committee into one into the future. The proposed amendments also include funding to the NTCA to oversee and administer these 2 committees. You will note that in the amendment, there is funding for this past fiscal year, 22-23, that just ended, that included their oversight of the TOT committee, as well as some community survey work that we conducted jointly. And then moving forward, it would cover the cost to oversee both of the committees. And I will note that that revenue comes from the TOT revenue, so no impact to the general fund on that. And then finally, another thing we wanted to highlight is that the NTCA does a fantastic job of messaging our community. And so they would also be the ones in charge of maintaining the TOT TBID Dollars at Work website. You may be familiar, there's a circular logo that is out on some trailheads and bus stops to really showcase a lot of the great work that has been done and funded through TOT and TBID dollars. So we would look to the NTCA to continue to maintain that website as well as promote the TOT TBID dollars at work brand. So we're very excited about these proposed 5-year agreement amendments. And before I get to the action requested of you today, I did want to invite Tony Karwowski, again, the president and CEO of the North Tahoe Community Alliance, to just share a few words on this transition and the excitement ahead.
Thank you, Lindsay. Hello, Tony.
Distinguished board members, good afternoon. My name is Tony Karwowski. I'm president, hopefully don't break this, and CEO of the North Tahoe Community Alliance. Before we get going, I would just like to extend a huge thank you to the board. I think it's very important to recognize the board's ongoing dedication to holding a quarterly meeting here in Tahoe and hearing Tahoe issues here in our region. It's so incredibly valuable to our community to have access to this body here and for us to be heard in our home by our stakeholders. So I wanted to, number one, acknowledge for your ongoing commitment to holding your quarterly meeting here and just give you a thank you. Number two, I'd like to say thank you to both Stephanie and Lindsay for painting an incredible picture of the background that led us to this point in time in history here. That was very thorough and comprehensive, and we really don't have much more to add to that. That was a great picture. Next up, I would like to say a shout out to our NTCA representatives here in the room, our past chair and current board member, Samir Tuma. Thank you for coming today. Our COO, Adam Wilson, and our consultant, Aaron Casey. All three of them have put a significant amount of time and effort into the process that has gotten us here today, in collaboration with many other people and our counterparts at the county. So just wanted to give that acknowledgement too. And next, I think the action items that are in front of you today and have been presented to you with regards to the 5-year amendment are impactful to us here at the NTCA. It's incredibly exciting to be here at this point in time. And we really think they illustrate 2 or 3 things I want to highlight for you. And I think one of them is it's really a statement in the confidence of our counterparts at the county as well as the Board of Supervisors of the ability of the NTCA to bring strategic and thoughtful frameworks forward that will allow for collaboration around some of the most important programs and projects our region needs in order to move forward. Things in the fields of workforce housing, transportation, tourism impact mitigation, trail maintenance, all the places that we really need to focus on. It's an acknowledgement that the NTCA has worked to bring forward a framework that will allow the discussion from the community and allow the collaboration with the additional stakeholders at the county, our public utility districts, and our community as a whole to really prioritize where we feel we can advise these dollars be best spent and be heard here on this floor to you, the Board of Supervisors, to make the final recommendation on some of the TOT funded projects. So wanted to acknowledge that how important that is to us and being of value to that recognition. I think the next thing that's incredibly important to recognize is, again, our ability as the NTCA and being recognized for our ability to bring the community conversation to the table and our engagement of our community through these processes, both not only in advisement, but in actually designing some of the framework that we brought before this board that we're utilizing in this process. We took feedback from multiple stakeholders involved, and I'd also like to huge shout out to the CAP committee in this process. Their experience going back to 1996 in overseeing recommendations to this body here for infrastructure projects related to the tourism master plan. Over time, they have had such incredible learnings that we were able to tap into and help design in this framework. Some ideas that were spawned were the the flex funding account that's associated in the framework that gives the ability to hold some reserve dollars and allocate as needed for some unanticipated projects or to fully fund projects that might not have full funding. And then the opportunistic bucket, which is really exciting because it's an out of cycle bucket that particularly the CAP committee wishes they had had in the past, but had never had access to respond to things that come up in the community in between grant cycles. So we've got this full framework to work with, including our 3-year grant cycle where applicants can come in and receive 3 years of consecutive funding for projects and programs. So our ability to engage our community in the process has been proven and recognized, and I want to say thank you to that. And finally, just the high-level partnership between ourselves and different departments within the county, highlighting our relationship with the CEO's office and how vital that is. And that any of these, I'm having the same issue Stephanie was. It's got to be the pollen count today or something's out of control. Highlighting the relationship with the CEO's office and how we've moved together to, they've also been integral in the process of developing the framework and received feedback and given input as well. And through these action items that you have in front of you, although it's a dissolution of the committee and the establishment of it under the NTCA, the CEO's office will still have 2 appointed seats on that committee. And we absolutely want to highlight the fact that our communication, our integration, and our overall community input includes the CEO's office and the board in our information cycles, how we take in information and how we recommend projects in this process. So other departments within the county that have been very helpful to us include CEDRA, as well as Department of Public Works in this process as well. And so just want to highlight and say thank you to them as well. So to cap it off, we're just incredibly excited to move forward in a new era, in a new relationship with the county, and are excited to be able to integrate the CAP committee into our framework with our other committees, as pointed out by both Stephanie and Lindsay, that will just result in some incredible efficiencies for our community and give a really high level of insight into the total package of projects and programs that our community needs, and then how we're going to be funding them in a large roadmap fashion as we move forward. So thank you for your time today and your consideration. We appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, Tony.
Thank you, Tony. So with that, we can go to the final slide, and this is the action requested, and I will read through it all for you. There's a few. Action 1, approve an amended and restated 5-year agreement between Placer County and the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, DBA North Tahoe Community Alliance, NTCA, for oversight and administrative support associated with the Capital Projects Advisory Committee, or CAP Committee, in addition to the TOT Committee. Action 2, authorize the county executive officer or designee to execute the agreement with NTCA in the amount not to exceed $102,625 for fiscal year 22-23, $150,000 for fiscal year 23-24, $150,000 plus a cost of living adjustment not to exceed 3% for fiscal year 24-25, and the fiscal year 24-25 contract amount plus a cost of living adjustment not to exceed 3% for fiscal year 25-26, subject to risk management and county council concurrence. The third action, adopt a resolution dissolving the Capital Projects Advisory Committee as a committee of the Board of Supervisors. And finally, action 4, determine that the requested actions are each not a project under the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines 15378. That concludes the presentation, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, any questions, comments? Supervisor Gore.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Lindsay, for the presentation. Appreciate that, Tony. I really appreciate the thought about streamlining, right, and working together and actually looking at, as a whole, how we're going to use these dollars. So I think it's a great idea, and I think I read here, but I'm just going to double check. So those recommendations that are made by this new committee will still come before the Board of Supervisors for approval.
Correct, yes. So the recommendations from those committees will go to the NTCA Board of Directors And then that will then come to you for ultimate final approval of expenditure because it is TOT dollars that you have the authority over.
Great, thank you very much.
Supervisor Gustafson.
Thank you. Thanks, Lindsay. Thanks, Tony, for the presentation. A couple thoughts. One is it's kind of back to the future because the original CAP committee was run by the Resort Association till a number of years ago. So I think we've just come full circle in learning, and it's great to have that partnership reestablished and be working together so well. Obviously, it takes funding to make projects happen, and so allocating additional funds there, I completely support. And as we look at matching funds in the future on some other projects the county's proposing, we need to acknowledge the cost of staffing to develop those programs as well. So I want to put that plug in. And then finally, and this might be more a question, I'll ask it and then whoever should respond. I think our community still continues. I mean, is great work we're doing together, and we're trying to message on the impacts of tourism and how we're dealing with those. We're still, as board members, receiving tremendous numbers of emails and concerns from the community. What can we expect to see out of this in messaging to the community that really explains how these projects are dealing with what they feel are the impacts of tourism in our community and peak visitation? Is there an effort going forward on the messaging that I'm unaware of yet or haven't been fully briefed on?
Yeah, and I'm happy to start, and then I can toss it over to Tony as well. As I mentioned, there's the TOT TBID Dollars at Work, which is a logo, and there's a website that was established when TBID first came into play. So we are really looking forward to expanding that and helping spread the messaging so folks understand what's being done. I will also share, we have biweekly meetings between myself, Stephen Wilson with our PIO office, and then the communications team at NTCA to kind of go over these ideas of how do we better communicate through all of our different channels, Placer County and NTCA, to get the messaging out. So really excited about that partnership. And then, you know, I know the NTCA, and I'll let Tony speak to this, is they are really trying, Kirsten on their team, to have more proactive messaging, I would say. And they just released a press release a few weeks ago about all of the different projects in the last 6 months. So continuing to look at ways to highlight and recap what has been done. And with that, I can throw it over to Tony for more.
Thanks, Lindsay. Thanks for the question, Cindy. I appreciate the opportunity and the platform to talk about this a little bit. You know, I think for the first part, talking about the projects and completion of the project and the project cycle, that is kind of like an ongoing journey messaging, I think, for us. And, you know, I think there's several ways we can do that. And I think through our community forums that we hold, we recently held a workshop to solicit some input into the fall annual grant cycle and our criteria. Those are ways we can engage. I think digitally we can engage. I want to speak to like a little bit more broader perspective about the evolution of the NTCA. And that might help frame some of this discussion a little bit. As we continue to evolve, because we are still an evolving organization, one of our higher level goals, and I was just talking with Adam about this morning, is really developing something that we've not had before in this organization, which is a really robust community relations program, which is kind of multi-pronged, right? I mean, there's outreach and media, there's digital outreach. We think there's a critical kind of event outreach that can be multifaceted to things we host like workshops or educational opportunities for our businesses, but also some more personalized experiences where we feel like we can be involved in school programming, for instance, with some of our other partners and our other nonprofits, where we can be in that space and educating what our job is here as stewards in our community, and then how we convey that with our community members here, be it school children, teachers, businesses, other community members, so that we can inspire others to practice stewardship principles that go beyond just our community, but also engage the visitors as they come into our community as well, which dovetails nicely with our kind of outreach to our markets when we talk to them through our Go Tahoe North channels, because primarily we're using that marketing function now to talk about sustainable travel, our traveler's responsibility pledge, all of the stewardship messaging that we're reaching out about when we talk to people about how to prevent wildfires when you come here, how to be engaged in or not engaged with our wildlife, I should say. So it's really about building those cultural pieces together, and that's how we view our responsibilities going forward. And we're going to be continuing to evolve our communication devices to really message both of those channels.
Well, I appreciate that. I do think I'm always a champion for data collection, right? And sometimes I think people point the finger at those other people, and when we really need to look inward on being better stewards ourselves. And so that's an issue. And then I think, secondly, just explaining how tourism does benefit us, and just having traveled overseas and seeing the way I was welcomed and embraced and supported in my travels, I thought, gosh, we're really missing that sense that when you travel here, you are welcomed and embraced, not just lectured or told that you've done something wrong by being here. And so I think it's twofold. And I think all the public agencies and communities need to understand how we all benefit from tremendous property values and tax revenues that come to this area. The growth up here is, again, this year, I think we're at 6.2% up in our assessed valuation. And so it is powerful, the dollars, and it comes with negative, there's no doubt. But how do we help educate? I mean, our schools, 80% of the funding for our schools is coming from second part-time homeowners, right? And I think that our hospital, our cancer center, I mean, so many of the things that we see, we're all here together, but helping deliver that message, it doesn't come well just from the county. We hear, why we're doing it as some motivation, yet so many people don't understand how little of the tax dollar we actually get compared to all of our other agencies and organizations. So I think it's an important message we can sit down together and try to deliver. It won't solve all the problems, but hopefully people see what I've seen for 40 years, that I got to be blessed to be here. And, there's sometimes it's really challenging. I got to think about different ways to go about my work and business, but there's a lot of times that we can help support each other. So I didn't mean just to target visitors, but more, how do we do that community outreach, even to our part-time homeowners who come up and often write us letters and are concerned, but are part of what other people say as visitors, right? Because you don't know all the part-time homeowners that are here and their guests and who are coming. So I just urge us to continue that partnership and thinking kind of broader about the community. It will really help us all.
I appreciate that. Thank you for those comments. And if I could just highlight one thing I think that we can bring to the table in the next year that we've talked about recently, from the data perspective, being, we still wear a hat of a DMO, so we have access to some of this data. And really, as we mature as an organization, and we have staff in place now, and we have ability and we have bandwidth, one of our primary goals in the next year is to really develop a data-based approach to some of those communications and bringing that real-time live feedback to those conversations that really support some of the most important talking points that we can have with, as you point out, Supervisor Gustafson, some of the distinctly different demographics that we need to be involved in this conversation. Thanks.
Just one other thing I'll highlight is, in this conversation is the regional effort on the destination stewardship plan. And to Tony and NTCA's credit for our specific area, really diving in on how do we be better stewards? What are those projects and what are those initiatives that we will use to balance out the impact? When I think about the projects that, our team is working on, from trails to transportation, and many, many, many projects that come before these committees and before your board for funding. Many of those projects fall squarely in the lane of stewardship and environmental restoration and lessening the impact of tourism. So absolutely, I appreciate your comments. I think we can do a much better job of connecting those projects with the overall mission and with the regional effort of the stewardship mission, and connecting that then with the funding that has been allocated through your board. So with that, thank you.
I see none. Anyone in the public wish to address the board on this item? Mr. Tuma. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board members. Thank you for being here today. So often, great ideas start with a great vision. And that vision has to be accompanied by action. And I think about a time 5 or 6 years ago, before Supervisor Gustafson was a supervisor, before she was the president, CEO of the Resort Association, in her role as the GM of the Tahoe City Public Utilities District, she always had this focus and vision on the community. And as she transitioned out from the PUD to our organization, she was really instrumental in creating a vision. And that vision required funding, it required community buy-in, and it required buy-in from your organization as a whole and you as board members. And so we set about this process of, first we needed more funding. And Supervisor Gustafson didn't do it by herself, but she was instrumental in really sort of lighting that fire to get the T-bid done. We then had to work with the community and get the community to agree, and particularly the business community, to assess themselves so we would have a greater pot of money to address the issues that need to be addressed. And what we've been doing in a deep way since passing of the T-bid is really working with the community, whether it's through polling, things that we've done, community meetings, other stuff that Tony touched on. So we've begun to build that momentum with the community. And today really sort of marks a big turning point, or as the Supervisor Gustafson said, back to the future. We're back to a point where really we have this sort of unified effort from the county, from the community, using the NTCA as the vehicle. But significantly, we have a lot more funds, and all those funds, thanks to your board, are committed to staying locally. So I looked at the $15 million that Lindsay was talking about, and I had sort of had to think to myself, well, in this round we're going through right now alone, we're looking at $19 million. And that is half of what we will see over the course of the next 3 years. So the vision, the hard work, and dedication, and the community and your board have really all come together to create what I think provides a very, very bright future for the community. And I want to thank all of you for helping us do that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none, is there anyone online that wishes
Yes,
to?
Chairman. Michael, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments. Mr. Garabedian, can you unmute your mic and give your comments, please? It seems that we're having an issue, Chairman. I would suggest we move forward.
Alrighty then. Seeing no more public comment, no more comments from the board member, the action is requested has been read into the agenda. So who wants to make the motion?
I'll make a motion for the 4 recommended actions.
And I'll second the motion.
Okay, the motion has been moved by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Supervisor Gore. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. The item is moved. Thank you. Now we'll move to our 11:30 a.m. timed item, County Executive Engagement and Visioning Update for the old fire station in Tahoe City.
All right, so good morning again.
Hey, it's you.
Stephanie Holloway, Deputy CEO. Happy to present this item to your board. You got a little bit of a preview at the special board meeting yesterday where we did a tour of the old fire station. And I'm happy to report, because I know we were on the apron of the fire station yesterday looking at the helicopter over the helipad. I did talk to Brent Armstrong earlier today, and he said that was just a training exercise. So
Okay.
wanted to give you all a reassurance on that. So thank you again. Happy to give you the tour yesterday. Hopefully it was insightful for you. This conversation of the old fire station has been an ongoing conversation of the community, and we're really here to give you an update of all of the ongoing conversation. It is a top priority for the county executive's office and our facilities department to continue this work. So the progress report that we will give you today, I'll give you some, and then Bill Mueller with Integrated Communication Strategies, who is our consultant helping us with the engagement effort, will also be giving you an update. So just to focus on the conversation today, as your board authorized last October, we have entered into a non-exclusive agreement with the Climate and Wildfire Institute to really investigate their potential desire for occupancy or reuse of the fire station into the future. Part of that agreement was a more robust, active engagement with the community, with stakeholders that were very much interested in having a deeper conversation with us about really the longer term vision for the Commons Beach property and really the occupancy of the former fire station, which we lovingly call Station 51 on North Lake Boulevard. So task one of that agreement was to hire a consultant. We've done that. I'm happy to say Bill is here with us today. His role was really to facilitate individual stakeholder conversations. We wanted to do a deeper dive with so many of the people that we heard from that were interested, and find out what level of interest, what level of commitment that they had to working with us in partnership moving forward. CWI is obviously part of that conversation. There are many others that we wanted to really understand the level of interest there, and potentially identify areas of alignment and overlap in their interests that we already have. I think recognized previously is really the small footprint that we're talking about on this property. So wanting to make sure that we are meeting as many needs and interests in the community and regionally as possible. So I'll ask next slide. So just to orientate, I know you were on the property yesterday, but this is an aerial of the Commons Beach property extending along the lake shore between the highway of 28 and the North Lake Tahoe, or Lake Tahoe here. It extends from Heritage Plaza on the east all the way to the fire station and the Commons Beach parking access on the west. So a pretty large parcel here right in the middle of our town center of Tahoe City. There are some current improvements on it beyond just the fire station. There's the parking lot, as you can see, Commons Beach, restroom facility, the bike path that borders the lake does go through here. So it's a very desired location for not only the community, but also tourists to be together in our community. It is uniquely also located in the town center, immediately adjacent from much of our commercial core, I would call it our town center. So the opportunities here, and I talked a little bit about this with you yesterday, the opportunities to reinvest on this property, to really activate and elevate some of the other potentials that we see coming forward in the near future. Just to name a few, the future Tahoe City Lodge, the Tahoe Dam and facility adjacent, and the Fanny Bridge project, as well as the future roundabout at the intersection of the Y. Tahoe City Golf Course immediately to the west here, as well as the Bechtold building, which your board knows that we we own and are a part of this conversation of visioning for the future. Next slide. So before I hand it over to Bill to talk to you about that engagement, I just want to take a quick step back here and talk about the effort that the CEO's office and our facilities team engaged. We called it kind of a re-engagement. It was the first sort of active engagement we'd had with the community again about this project in my tenure as deputy CEO, but coming out of COVID, which, as you know, presented some challenges. So we did convene 2 meetings, actually 3 meetings, 3 workshops with a number of key stakeholders, the Tahoe City PUD, NTCA, many nonprofits, business reps, and others in the region, really just to kind of ignite around, as you can see here on the screen, a common mission and vision for the future. 3 sort of areas of alignment that came out of that effort, and I think you'll hear today hold true with the following conversations, but really creating a balance of science, art, promoting education, and providing, first and foremost, a community space. So next slide. Just to, skipped one. Just to re-elevate this work, you've seen this before, but this was a graphic presentation from an artist that we commissioned as part of those stakeholder workshops, which really, I think on the left here, identifies all of the synergy and all of the feedback that we received from the stakeholders. You can see on the bottom left here, the education, science, art, and community space really kind of coming up as sort of that aligned mission and vision for the future. And then also at the time we were in conversation internally with the Climate and Wildfire Institute and their interest in potentially utilizing the current fire station. So we captured much of their vision and their mission, and in alignment with what you've heard here today, really the importance of providing education and opportunities for people to learn about wildfire and climate change, which within our region. And so with the action of your board in October, we have engaged in that agreement. And we hope to bring forward a presentation from them sometime early next year, which will elevate sort of their commitment to the agreement and vision for the future. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Bill Mueller to give you what has happened since October and the conversations around that, and then I'll be back to wrap up.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Bill. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. It's very good to see you, Mr. Chairman. And members of the board, good morning. Very happy to be with you. Before I begin, I just wanted to give a shout out to my business partner, Jerry Azevedo, who was very much a party in this effort. And we're excited to be here today. As Stephanie mentioned, we were engaged to sort of have robust conversations about what we sort of informally called the center of gravity. So where sort of the will of the community, local stakeholders were as it relates to this particular property. And so we engaged, I want to also sort of thank Tony and the Alliance and many, many others. As you can see on the list, it was a very robust group of stakeholders who we met with both in group format, but also individually, literally hours and hours and hours worth of interviews, and all with questions about what their vision was and where they thought that there was sort of common agreement for what is an absolutely pivotal piece of property and frankly, long time history here in Tahoe City. And as a result of that, if we could jump to the next slide, what we found is a great deal of alignment. And we named 6 of those areas, but there's actually more areas, but these are sort of the primary ones. One is that without question, there is uniform support across the entire stakeholder group about the want for a flexible, multi-use facility that focuses on science, public education, arts, and community spaces. So there was no variance. Everyone sort of bought into that agreement, and there was strong support behind that. There was also very much a desire for year-round activation, that it was really important that this not just be a seasonal activity, but some sort of activation that would keep this pivotal piece of property moving and having sort of a lot of sort of public access and use, community use throughout the year. There was a lot of discussion about the interplay between art and science, and some people might see them as sort of maybe not opposites, but definitely sort of very different things. But when we talked about it more, there was a lot of agreement that art is a incredibly important way of introducing very complex topics in a way that's very accessible, and that it has a way of bringing people together. And that Tahoe, in particular North Tahoe, has a great history of arts, but also a longstanding history around science. In fact, as you probably well know, one of the reasons why we're here and why Tahoe is sort of the cherished space it is goes back to over 50 years of science-based research and sort of really fueling our understanding of Tahoe as both a unique place and a place that deserves protection and preservation and wise stewardship. So having that sort of art basis and science basis, sort of working together, but also how pivotal that is, was discussed quite a bit. Broad agreement on the value of public exhibition and educational spaces. We heard a lot about the fact that there are a lot of public education spaces in Tahoe and how this could be quite unique, and that care needed to be sort of developed in that area. In ways in which, in particular, that students as well as visitors could be engaged in those activities. Tahoe City and North Shore are very unique in that, whereas other communities have very large stakeholder groups and they're well-formed, residents really drive the action in North Shore. We heard that very clearly, and the very important need to engage them as part of this process. And then finally, and this sort of leads into our recommendation at the end, is that we actually uncovered about 10x the amount of uses for the actual 5,000 square feet of the building. So that surprised us a little bit. And one of the things that we're hoping that you will authorize is in addition to ongoing sort of resident and community input, but to broaden the conversation so that we can sort of unpack the other county properties and sort of enter into larger conversations, which we think is merited. So with that, next slide. So this is available to you. Obviously, it's very hard to make out, but the bullet on the far left starts 150 years ago. So this is a historic piece of property and a historic building. And we wanted to sort of chronicle the various sort of turns that have happened over the course of the last 150 years. What you'll see in blue as we're getting towards the right side of the chart, I'm going to ask us to go to the next slide. This is a little bit more merciful. This is actually what those bullets read. So these are the things on the horizon. Public engagement is set to continue through summer and fall of 2023. As Stephanie mentioned, the Climate and Wildfire Institute is set to provide you a formal proposal for their station reuse. They very much have been part of this process. I do want to say that Carolyn Godkin, the executive director, very much had hoped to be here. Unfortunately, a flat tire literally got in the way. The last text I received from her was from a tow truck taking her back to her home. She regrets not being here, but she may in fact be online. So I'm hopeful that we might be able to see if that's the case, and that you might be able to weigh in as Stephanie takes back the podium. So, and then this last bullet, depending on external conditions, including a project feasibility assessment, the county then would begin to sort of enter into a formalized public-private partnership conversation that includes, could include CWI, or it could include other partners. So we're very much open to that for station reinvestment and reuse. So that's leading to this final slide, which is our action request. You'll see in bold the word "and." So we want to continue our ongoing community engagement, and that's happening through a roadshow, through outreach and engagement with existing board meetings, with groups like the Alliance and many others. But we also are looking for permission from you to expand the conversation so that we can look into other county holdings that may be underused, that could be put to higher use. And we've added, basically informed by this process, but also the process that the county has sort of experienced over the last 2 or 3 years, to be done under 2 conditions. One is that this expanded sort of exploration would be done with the thought of supporting not just economic, but community and environmental purposes. And then secondly, that we have a sort of a fiduciary and a financial mindset that at the end of the day, these projects need to pencil, that they need to make sense, not only for the county, but for the community. And so being very sort of thoughtful and sort of expressive about that need to sort of focus on the bottom line, that it needs to be for community purposes, but it also needs to be sort of a wise expenditure of federal dollars, or excuse me, of county dollars, possibly federal dollars, if we might be successful. So that's the action request. I'm happy to answer any questions. So wanted to turn it back to Stephanie.
Is there any questions for Mr. Mueller? I see none.
Yeah,
So-
let me just close with a thought, and I'll be philosophical here for a minute. I hope the tour yesterday elevated sort of the importance of this location, the opportunity that it could provide for our community. I know the buildings are maybe not awe-inspiring, but for me, this is one of my favorite projects, to think big, to think what this reinvestment and redevelopment of this property could really bring to not only our tourism within the region, but community support and engagement of so many other catalyst projects. So, this project to me has the potential to tell our story, of the past, of unregulated growth in the region, of the need for restoration, of our present desire to really right that and be sustainable, and really what that looks like for us for the future as we evolve with, the challenges that we're faced with, from wildfire to, climate change and other things within the future. This project really, I think it could be a cornerstone for not only Placer County, but the region, the North Lake Tahoe region, and with the potential engagement of CWI at the state level as well. So much opportunity. Really a fan of this project, and maybe I'll jump back to the action slide really quick. I'm happy to read this. Maybe I'll read it just for the record for you.
Sure, be fine.
Okay, so action requested here to support ongoing community engagement for the old fire station, and to take steps to assess and evaluate the county's other potential holdings in the Tahoe City area that may be underutilized and redeveloped for alternative uses that A, support economic, community, and environmental objectives in Tahoe City, and B, satisfy the tests of fiscal feasibility and fiduciary responsibilities of public assets the county must adhere to. So with that, I'll answer any questions. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Bill, for being here. And I will also mention that the timeline that was very hard to read on the screen is also very hard to read in your pamphlet.
Oh,
So
okay.
I too need readers, but it is in your pamphlet that you received yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gore.
Thank you for the presentation. And it was really helpful yesterday to actually go see the site. And it is true, and you can see why the community values this property, right? A beautiful location, buildings that are very old and not well utilized. And so I really appreciate that outreach and the effort to work with all the partners to figure out what makes most sense. And as I looked at those buildings, right, that are not being well utilized and the opportunity that could happen, I think about how the county can't just fund this alone. There's no way, right? It's way too expensive to redo that whole parcel in a way that the community would like. Because I think these are,
This is not listed as an action.
I think these are great
item.
opportunities, right?
So-
Focusing on community space and the value of the lake and the scientific benefits or the environmental benefits along with the arts, wonderful vision. And so I look at, then how do we do it? It can't be government alone. We don't have those dollars. We have to partner with nonprofits and businesses and figure out how we do this as a community. So I'm excited about this option because we can't do it alone, but it is a jewel. It's a beautiful location, and there's so much that could be done there. So I really appreciate the outreach efforts and really look forward to figuring out how we partner with different entities, governmental, nonprofit, private individuals, and foundations to make this a reality for our community.
I noted this item is not an action item. It's just receive a presentation. I think we can give kind of a consensus of where we're going moving forward. So I'll entertain Supervisor Gustafson.
I had a quick comment that I made yesterday when we were touring, that we also need to remember that community convening can also be county convening. Placer County does not own a building or have a room that the public can meet in up here for our own meetings. And I love supporting the private sector, but often we can't go to the event center or Grand Labakan. Sometimes we have projects in the mix in a particular area, and we can't use meeting rooms in those areas. So it would be good to consider that. I don't know if this is the right place, but an investment on our part toward a convening space that could be used by multi-parties, because when I look at MAC meetings, when I look at all the various meetings we don't have a place that's neutral for folks to go to in general if there's a project on the books. So just another need that I know you said community convening, but it could also be county convening as trying to serve this community and engage people with local government. So.
Thank you, Supervisor Gustafson. Supervisor Landon.
Just a quick comment. First of all, thank you. Great presentation and great tour yesterday. It was really helpful to see it in person and kind of get the vision a little bit. But I'm very supportive of the idea of a grander vision of looking at other parts of the area that the county owns buildings in to kind of determine what would be the best use of all of those properties. Because I mean, as you, I'm sure know, it's best to look at it from a kind of 20,000 foot first and figure out where should things go before we kind of piecemeal things. So I'm very supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. I too am very supportive of moving forward on this as an opportunity to take advantage of some property that has been kind of out of service for 10 years, something like that. So anyhow, I think my direction would just move forward and see what opportunities present themselves. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address the board on this item? Anyone online?
I see none, Chairman.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry. Hold on one moment. Caroline, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Caroline Godkin, I'm the Executive Director of the Climate and Wildfire Institute. Again, huge apologies for not making it up today. It was apparently not in the stars. I wanted to express my gratitude to Stephanie and Bill and Jerry for a really thoughtful process that they have undertaken. It has certainly informed a lot of our thinking as we are preparing the presentation that we will be bringing to you later this year and then ultimately in January. So really appreciative of all of the work, and certainly for the community. We've had a lot of really thoughtful input, and people have taken a lot of time to provide that to us and to Stephanie and to Bill and the team. So again, apologies for not being with you today, but certainly happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the caller? I see none. Thank you so much for just making the opportunity to speak to us. We appreciate it. All right, does that conclude your presentation? All righty, I think you have direction, and thank you so much. And with that, we'll close the item and move to our 11:35 a.m. timed item, Community Development Resource Agency, Placer Ranch Specific Plan Phase 1A, Mitigation Monitoring and Reporting Program Amendment.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Michelle Kingsbury from the Community Development Resource Agency. Hard to follow all those acts. I wished I had something cool and interesting to do, but as a lot of items at Cedar, I've become the cleaner upper of some
Cleaner
stuff. So
upper, all
this particular item relates to the Placer Ranch specific plan as we are processing maps and moving forward with infrastructure plans. We did notice some inconsistency between our development agreement, our conditions of approval, as well as certain mitigation measures in our environmental document related to the annexation and/or formation requirements into our county service area zones of benefit and/or community facilities districts. So this item before you today is meant to clean up those conditions. So in all three documents, they align together. On August 11th, we did proceed forward to the Planning Commission, where we did receive their approval to amend conditions of approval associated with the first phase small lot tentative map for Placer Ranch. Those conditions of approval were similarly worded and inconsistent with our development agreement. And so this will be our final act and request before you today to align all of those conditions together. As you're well aware, Placer Ranch Specific Plan is located in western part of the county in our Sunset area. We are processing multiple maps, phase 1A, which is about 760 units. Grading is underway. Our development partner, Gen California 8 with Clifton Taylor, they're outbidding sewer backbone infrastructure, in which our board was strategic in terms of their investment in the sewer backbone infrastructure in the Sunset area. So certain segments, or I believe some have been awarded, but they're well underway in terms of proceeding forward with that project. And shortly in the upcoming board meetings with these actions before you today, we'll be bringing forward our very first large lot final map and one of many other actions as this project has continued to full steam ahead proceed forward. I can certainly go into every one of these mitigation measures if you so choose. However, in the act of brevity, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have with this action requested before you.
Thank you, Michelle. Comments, questions from board members?
I wish I had something cool. It was a lot.
I see none. Is there any member of the public wish to? Oh, this is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing. Is any member of the public wish to address the board on this item? Is there anyone online that wishes to address them?
Yes, Chairman. Caller with the phone number ending in 7296, please unmute your mic and give your comments. Caller, can you unmute your mic and give your comments? Chairman, it seems to be an issue on their end. I would suggest we move on.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for action.
I'll move approval of the item.
I'll second.
It's moved by Supervisor Gore, second by Supervisor Landon to approve item 6A, Community Development Resource Agency. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? The item is moved. Thank you for your participation.
Thank you.
Now we'll move to our 11:40 a.m. Timed item, County Executive Memorandum of Understanding with Tahoe Transportation District for Regional Tahoe Transportation Project Implementation. Stephanie Holloway, nice to see you
Here I
again.
am again. Yeah. Good afternoon now, board. Stephanie Holloway, your deputy CEO. So my last item of the day is elevation of a regional partnership that exists in our region with the Tahoe Transportation District. So maybe I'll have you go to the next slide. So transportation, as you all know, is one of my favorite topics. So I'll try not to be long because I know you all are ready for lunch. But just to go into some high-level regional goals here, you can see on the screen, there are a lot of efforts around transportation in the Tahoe region and the Resort Triangle region of Eastern Placer. Our TRPA-sponsored regional transportation plan, their active transportation plan, there's a long list here. Our Resort Triangle transportation plan, which extends out of the basin to connect our transportation network with the Truckee area and the feeder corridors to the region. Our tourism master plan, which was mentioned earlier today, related to the CAP committee. A number of management and operational plans that we have, from our TART systems plan to our TDM plan, which is transportation demand management in the region, really trying to address tourism and peak times that we see travel needs and transportation needs in the region. So all that to say, there is a lot of conversation in the region around transportation and a lot of transportation needs. The item before you today, and I'll have you go to the next slide, really does start to elevate some of our priority infrastructure projects. So you can see here, and we've talked about at length with you, the transit priority lanes on Highway 267 and 28, as well as the Fanny Bridge project and the Complete Streets project that we are looking to advance in the near future. And then other projects that we're working on, from mobility services, our TART systems, the parking management program. Many of these projects our DPW office is spearheading moving forward. So next slide. And then just to mention the alternative travel options, our bike trails, TART Connect, our park and ride system, and then our air connection to our air resources within the region. So all that to say, there's a lot of needs out there. Next slide. The goal today is really to elevate with your board some priority projects that have been identified through the Tahoe Transportation District. On this map, you'll see a number of priority projects that the bi-state group of TTD and TRPA has really elevated for the region as sort of the priority projects for the next 10 years. So the agreement and MOU that we'd like your board to consider today elevates support for these specific projects. So although there are many projects that we're working on as a county, we are working on many bigger projects that are regionally significant. And TRPA is our partner, TTD is our partner, and really trying to help us elevate that. So next slide. So just to talk a little bit about those needs, and on the previous slide, I had shown you actually an excerpt of an action plan. So TTD has developed a 10-year action plan. They've identified a number of projects in the region that they would really like to see advanced to really catalyze some of the transportation initiatives for the next 10 years. So on this slide, you can see the areas that were focused on these projects, from transit to trails, technology, our corridors, operations and maintenance, and the overall cost and need of those projects over the next 10 years. Next slide. With that, we've identified, or TTD has identified, state, federal, and local resources to advance those projects. These are projects that are actually in the regional plan, the TRPA's regional plan, but there is a gap. As with anything transportation, there's always a gap. So we've been working with TTD on this sustainable transportation funding strategy. We call it the 777 in the region. Your board actually has been presented that 777 strategy and have supported moving forward from a local perspective. So the 777 represents an equal amount of $20 million, $7 million from the state, $7 million from the federal side, and then $7 million from the local or private entities within the region. Next slide. So just to briefly kind of elevate where those funding sources may come from all of those facets, you can see here on the screen the 777 across the top.
and really just sort of an idea generator of where those funds could come from the federal side, looking at congressional delegation of funding from the state side through their many, many grant programs that we are actively engaged in as we develop transportation projects. And then from the local side, you can see here local taxes. We've talked about the T-bid and TOT already today. Fees as development occurs. There are impact fees that we collect. So many of the funding mechanisms that you see on the screen here from the local perspective are in place. But obviously that conversation is still evolving with TTD. Next slide. So with that, the MOU and the action today really focuses on support for 3 key initiatives in Placer County that TTD would help us elevate. The transit priority lanes within the region, helping elevate that from a state advocacy perspective. Those projects are extensive projects and will require a partnership of not only local dollars, but federal and state dollars as well. So TTD will play that role with us in advocating for dollars to construct that. Our parking management, TTD has been very active in the parking space. They were instrumental in some of the parking management strategies that we have on the East Shore with the East Shore Trail construction. So working with us in partnership to advance our parking management program here in Eastern Placer. And then again, extension of transit. Transit is always a focus in our region. TTD is the transit operator on the South Shore. And so really looking to convene with them and synergize our TART system and the South Shore Transit as well. So those are really the 3 key areas. Like I said, advocacy for additional funding to fill that gap from a sustainable transportation perspective, as well as these key projects that we would like to see advanced within Eastern Placer. Next slide. So with that, the target for additional support that TTD has elevated is $250,000 for fiscal year 23-24. Their board met and considered a reasonable split to local jurisdictions for that additional cost, and ultimately decided on a strategy of identifying future development projects and development property within the region and allocating that cost based on the future development potential. You can see here Placer County would be 21% of that. I will elevate Carson City here. They don't actually have development, but they are a regional partner and have committed to a nominal fee of that $5,000. Next slide. So with that, I will read the action here. I do have some edits that I need to read into the record after I read the action. So the action is to approve a memorandum of understanding between Placer County and the Tahoe Transportation District for regional transportation project implementation support in Eastern Placer for fiscal year 2023-24 in the amount of up to $52,500 for contract term July 1, 2023 to June 30th, 2024, and authorize the county executive officer or designee to execute the MOU subject to county council and risk management concurrence, and to take such other actions as may be necessary to implement the MOU. And so with that, I'll call to your attention some changes that I need to read into the record to the actual agreement that's in your packet on page 52. It's the second page of the MOU agreement. Under item 1, the term fiscal year should read 2023-2024. So that is one change. And then under item 3, the funding should read $52,500 in an amount not to exceed $52,500. I will acknowledge that Carl Hasty, the executive director of TTD, wasn't able to be here in person due to a family emergency. And so I'm not sure. I'll look to Megan if he's online and may want to give some additional comments. So I will open it up to him and then be back if you have any questions.
Did you say he was online?
I am online.
Oh, there. Oh, okay. There. I see you now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I really appreciate the support of Supervisor Gustafson, Stephanie, and the CEO's office bringing this item forward to you. PTD, grateful for your support. You are a key partner to what we are working collectively together on as a region. TTD has been focused on transportation and has the ability to focus exclusively on transportation, which for a regional entity at Tahoe is unique, and we are very happy to perform that. So your support here would help us accomplish that. We are very favorable to everything that the county has been doing and find your charge service and what you're looking at with the lanes and how we can help improve and actually create a regional and then a better inter-regional transit network is where Tahoe needs to go. It would definitely help so much with a lot of the perception about over tourism, because I think what most people are reacting to, including myself, is the congestion that we see all too often. So with that, I will just thank you in advance and be happy to answer any questions if you have any for me.
Any questions for the speaker? I see none. So we'll bring it back to anybody online? Any? Nothing, okay. All righty. I'll entertain
Any
a motion.
questions for me?
Pardon?
Any questions for me?
Oh, any questions for Stephanie?
I didn't have a question for Stephanie or Carl, but I just wanted to outline again, remind the board, I serve on that board as your representative, and Stephanie is the alternate on that board. So as we dedicate funds and have an MOU with another agency, I just want to assure the board that we're watching out for those expenditures and working with our partners to make sure Placer County interests are well represented. Often decisions tended in the past to be made related to issues at South Lake Tahoe and not necessarily representative of some of our concerns at North Shore. And I think since taking office and serving on that board, it's a tremendous amount of work, but it's also, I think, bringing forward our concerns at North Shore and how we can better coordinate on our resort triangle. Carl's been instrumental in that. I really appreciate Carl taking the time to be with us today, despite everything that he's facing. So thank you, Carl, and thank you, Stephanie, for bringing it forward.
Supervisor Landon.
Oh, no, I was just ready to vote.
Oh,
Sorry.
is there so was that a motion, Supervisor Gustafson?
Sure.
Sure, I'll make a motion. Thank you.
I guess I'll second since my light's on.
All righty. Okay, it's the motion by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Supervisor Landon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? The item is moved. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you very much.
You can take the rest of the afternoon off. Now, the chair is willing to move forward on the remaining items unless there's some objection, if anyone wants to take a break and, huh?
I think a break might be a really good idea.
Okay, yep, then so be it. So we'll take, what, a 10, 15 minute or? 10-minute
Council,
break.
did you want to go to closed session now, or would you rather wait till the remainder of the?
Pardon?
It's at the discretion of the
Yeah,
chair.
she needs, so we'll just take a 10-minute break and return in 10 minutes at 12:50. No, oh yeah, 12:50. The board will reconvene and take up the remaining items on our agenda. We'll now move to item 9, in-home supportive services, public authority. Amy Ellis. Hi, Amy.
Hello,
The
good
board-
afternoon.
Oh, we're going to adjourn as the Board of Supervisors and convene as the in-home supportive services public authority.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Holmes, members of the board. Amy Ellis with the Adult System of Care here in HHS to ask your board to take the following action. To approve the in-home supportive services public authority budget for fiscal year 23-24 in the amount of $1,791,461. The public authority is a separate legal entity whose purpose is to provide assistance to IHSS recipients in finding independent home care providers through the establishment of a registry. The budget is limited to the responsibilities of IHSS provider registry, providing background checks, training, provider payment, and negotiations performed by about 8 county staff. Of the approximately 4,700 IHSS recipients projected to be served in fiscal year 23-24, about 1,200 of them will require and receive assistance in finding an appropriately skilled and registered caregiver off of the registry. The public authority staff assist approximately 4,500 IHSS providers with employment enrollment, orientation, training, support, and counseling services during fiscal year 23-24. The county's share of the IHSS provider wages is identified in the Health and Human Services Client Aid budget, so a separate budget from this one that we're going to approve in this item. And the fiscal year 23-24 IHSS Public Authority budget is funded through a combination of federal and state funds and about $366,139 in general fund. Happy to answer any questions about this one.
Any questions, comments for Ms. Ellis? Seeing none, is there anyone in the public? Seeing none, anyone online?
No, Chairman.
Okay, Chair will entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
And
I'll
I'll
second.
second. Oh, go ahead.
It's a motion by Supervisor Landon, second by Supervisor Jones. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstention? Hearing none. Thank you. The item is moved. The board will now adjourn as. Oh, dang, I'm trying to move this along. Okay, now we'll move to 9A, approval of memorandum of understanding between In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority and United Domestic Workers of America.
Yes, Amy Ellis here again for the record. This action is to adopt a resolution authorizing the chair of the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority Board to sign the memorandum of understanding with United Domestic Workers of America, AFSCME Local 3930, AFL-CIO, for the period of January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2025. So this MOU formalizes the employer-employee relationship defined in law between the Placer County IHSS Public Authority and UDW, who is the exclusive representative of IHSS independent providers. The previous MOU was for the period of July 1st, 2016 through December 31st, 2022. This agreement will increase the county's share of cost, and this increase will be included in the fiscal year 23-24 budget for the client aid, which will be coming up soon in your agenda. So with the approval of that budget amendment later today. So I'm happy to answer any questions about this MOU.
Alrighty, any questions, comments for Ms. Ellis? I see none. Anyone in the audience want to make any comments? Anyone online?
I see none, Chairman.
Alrighty. So now I need a motion to approve item 9B.
So moved.
Now I need a second.
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Jones, second by Supervisor Gore. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? The item is moved. Now the board will adjourn as the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors and take up item 10A, Health and Human Services Approval of In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority Rate Increase in Client Aid Budget Amendment. Ms. Ellis.
Yes, Amy Ellis again for the record. We have a theme with these three items. This one, though, is to ask your approval to approve the rate increase in accordance with the approved MOU between In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority and the United Domestic Workers of America, effective October 1st, 2023, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to sign related documentation. The second item is to approve a fiscal year 23-24 budget amendment in the client aid HHS budget in the amount of $1,933,637. So the client aid budget is where all of our support of persons payments are made out of that budget, including those related to in-home supportive services. Following the Board of Supervisor approval, HHS will submit the request for the rate change to the California Department of Social Services, which will then take effect commencing the first day of the month following final approval received by CDSS and DHCS. So the total county cost related to this rate change for fiscal year 23-24 is $1,933,637. And this amount will be included in the 23-24 client aid budget, and the budget amendment is included for consideration and approval. This amount is offset with $1,322,053 in state and federal funding and $611,584 in county general funds. The amounts for fiscal year 24-25 and 25-26 will be included in future client aid budgets, and I'm happy to answer any questions about this.
Any questions for Ms. Ellis? Supervisor Gore.
Thank you. Amy, thank you very much. And I just want to say how much I appreciate folks who serve as IHHS workers. We had so many people come to our board meetings several times, sharing with us their stories and how valuable this service is. And I'm pleased that we can increase the rate of pay. And I know that folks would like even more, but I'm grateful we were able to get to this point, and I'm very supportive of this action.
Thank you, Supervisor Gore. Any other comments?
Yes, I was,
Supervisor
thanks, Mr. Chair. I agree with that. I think the stories were so compelling, and it's such an important service to our communities. And while we probably can't do everything we want to do to support these folks, it is so much more humane to keep them in their homes and helping with family and loved ones, taking care of them. It was truly powerful testimony we received, and I want to recognize all those who did attend and participate in those discussions.
All righty, thank you. Seeing no more comments, anyone in the public wish to address this item? Seeing none, is there anyone online?
I see none, Chairman.
Okay, the board will entertain a motion.
I'll move approval of the item.
I'll second.
The item 10A has been moved by Supervisor Gore, second by Supervisor Gustafson. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Jones?
Aye.
Gustafson?
Aye.
Gore?
Aye.
Landon?
Yes.
Holmes?
Aye. Thank you. Now we'll move to item 10B, Behavioral Health Respite Program Round 3 Projects.
Yes, Amy Ellis here yet again. This time I'm going to be requesting 4 actions related to 3 separate programs that are all funded by 2 Behavioral Health California Infrastructure Program, or we call BCHIP, grant proposals that were approved in DHCS's round 3 of this grant's funding. So the first action item related to this is to adopt a resolution reauthorizing an agreement from the State Department of Healthcare Services Behavioral Health California Infrastructure Program, BCHIP, through its contractor Advocates for Human Potential Incorporated, for a site at the Placer County Government Center with an updated scope of work to include a psychiatric health facility in an unchanged amount not to exceed $6,169,970, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to sign the agreement with County Council admonitions noted, and to sign all related paperwork, including subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the scope of work and risk management and County Council approval. Second, to adopt a resolution reauthorizing an agreement with the State Department of Healthcare Services Behavioral Health California Infrastructure Program through its contractor Advocates for Human Potential Incorporated for a behavioral health respite site at 110 North Sunrise Avenue in Roseville, California, in an unchanged amount not to exceed $391,931, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to sign the agreement with County Council admonitions noted, and to sign all related paperwork, including subsequent amendments up to $39,193, consistent with the scope of work with risk management and County Council approval. Third, to authorize the Director of Facilities Management or the Director of Health and Human Services to execute agreements concerning deed restrictions, any amendments to the deed restriction, and documents related to deed restriction implementation for the Placer County Government Center site consistent with the terms of the BCHIP Round 3 grant. Fourth, to determine that the requested actions are each exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15301, and on a separate and independent basis, California Welfare and Institution Code Section 5960.3. So just some background, you have heard this before, but just for the record, the State Department of Healthcare Services was authorized through 2021 legislation to establish the Behavioral Health Continuum Infrastructure Program, which I'll refer to as BCHIP, and award approximately $2.1 billion to be used by December 2026. And this money is to be used to construct, acquire, and expand properties and invest in mobile crisis infrastructure related to behavioral health. And there were 6 rounds of opportunities of this funding. Round 3 was specifically awarded to applicants who had projects that were considered launch ready to begin immediate work toward acquiring or repurposing land and space for behavioral health services and programs. So Placer County submitted 2 separate applications for these launch ready Round 3 grant funds, which was approved by your board on April 19th, 2022, and awarded to us by DHCS. This request is to sign the agreement that is a result of that approved application requesting funding to repurpose a county-owned property on the Placer County Government Center campus at 11583C Avenue, or otherwise known as Building 117 in Auburn, California. The second application approved a similar proposal at 110 North Sunrise Avenue in Roseville, California, which was previously a Hampton Inn and now referred to as Sunrose. Under this proposal, the first floor is to be renovated to accommodate 12 to 16 adults in a behavioral health respite center that would be open to both residents within Sunrose and the general public. This item is being presented to your board for 2 reasons. First, the scope of the project at the Placer County Government Center has changed. Specifically, HHS had been awarded funds to repurpose the vacant building to construct 2 new programs inside. One program, which always was and is still going to be, was a 10-slot youth crisis respite center that will be composed of 4 short stay beds and 6 slots for up to 23 hours for respite for youth and for youth. The second program, this is where the change came in, is now approved to be a new 16-bed psychiatric health facility for individuals 18 years and older, with the option for 2 of those beds to be considered expansion beds for youth. So after consideration and community input, we had originally put for another urgent care for adults in that spot, but with community input, it was determined, and after Lotus had ran for a while and we got better numbers, we decided the community needed another psychiatric health facility even more. So that's when we submitted that change of use, and it was approved by DHCS, and now it's coming here to your board. So the second reason that we're bringing this to your board is while you've authorized the execution of the 2 grant agreements, the authorization was subject to concurrence by County Council office. And upon review of both grant agreements, County Council identified that it included the contract, when we saw that, included several material terms that are not favorable to the county. Of note, the agreements include a mandatory arbitration provision, a waiver of jury trial rights, requirement to pay prevailing parties attorney fees in the contractual disputes, and waiving state statute of limitation defenses. So while the county had successfully negotiated contracts with AHP in the past to exclude those terms, on this one, despite our best efforts, they refused to take those out. So HHS is requesting to proceed to execute these agreements. Despite the concern raised by County Council, we are aware of those risks, but after kind of evaluating it, we feel like the funds that would come in through the grants and the ability to bring these programs to Placer County kind of outweighs the risks that these contract terms that we couldn't renegotiate present. So we're bringing it to your board for the final decision on that, of course. And if finalized, Placer County will receive $6,169,970. And in the first for the Auburn location renovation, and $391,931 for the Sunrose renovation. The 10% match funding requirement will be met with the value of the property, and additional project funding for each project respectively. So the revenue and offsetting expenses for both projects will be included in the 23-24 ASOC budget. So I know that was a mouthful, but happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Ellis? Supervisor Landon.
Not really a question for you, Amy. I don't know if, is Renju the county council who is assigned to this? Or
yeah, he is, and he's here for any questions.
Okay, I would just, Renju, if we could get your perspective on this, I would love to kind of hear your thoughts.
Yeah, so as Amy summarized, on April 19th, the board had already provided authorization to enter into these contracts, but they were subject to county council review and approval. And ordinarily, we don't go back to the board once we have approval to enter into contracts. But in this case, there were 4 provisions that were quite onerous on the county. Amy summarized them: mandatory arbitration, waiver of jury trial rights, requirement to pay attorney's fees in contractual disputes, and waiver of statute of limitations defenses. And so with these, they're so significant. It's not that our office is saying we can't proceed with the contract in their entirety. It's just we want to highlight these issues and these risks, and ultimately have the board make a policy decision as to whether to move forward on this contract. Particularly as it relates to waivers of jury trial rights and statute of limitations defenses. Those are provisions that go beyond what we can authorize. It's things that we would want the board to ultimately approve the contract, and that's why we're bringing it back for reapproval. I can go into more detail about these 4 provisions if you would like, but that's the general gist of why we raise concern about those 4 provisions.
Okay, thanks. Do we know like what kind of, I'm obviously not an attorney, so what kind of liability do we know financially what kind of liability this could open up the county to risk-wise?
Yeah, so it's not so much a specific dollar amount in terms of like liability. There's no illegality, I would say, with these 4 contractual terms. It just places the county in a more adverse position should there be litigation that follows as a result of this contract. So for example, a contractual provision for attorney's fees, if there's some sort of contractual dispute, it might provide an incentive for our contractor to file a lawsuit thinking that there would be a monetary award of their attorney's fees if they prevail, which would not ordinarily exist if that provision wasn't there. For mandatory arbitration, there could be additional fees in terms of paying a private arbitrator to resolve the dispute. Ordinarily, we like to just have our disputes heard in Superior Court. And sometimes there's a little bit of a home field advantage. And so with arbitration provisions that we want to be mindful of. And statute of limitations defenses, it just would ordinarily give us a defense if there was a time period that lapsed, which would be a defense for us if a lawsuit had been filed. And in such cases, we would be waiving that defense. And so opening up the county potential liability by including that term down the road. But overall, it's not something that's illegal. It's just placing the county in a little bit more of a disadvantageous position moving forward.
Okay.
Supervisor Jones.
Yes, thank you, Renju. This is a big decision for 5 members up here to make. Can you give us a little bit of rationale that would make us feel comfortable in voting yes?
Could I respond to that one?
Oh, that would be wonderful.
We're not going to give the board rationale. Our job is to look at a contract, and as Renju stated, he looked at the contract. They tried hard to negotiate these terms out. We're not successful. It happens sometimes. At that point, it's our duty to point out those aspects of the contract that, as Renju said, could place us at distinct disadvantages should there be a contract dispute. But it's not our job to tell you what to do about it.
Well, yes, I understand. I was just based on the onerousness of these terms, I'm a little uncomfortable with it. I'd like to hear from the other board members how you all feel.
Can I ask one more question? Follow-up question. If we were to not feel comfortable moving forward with this, what does that mean? Do you think that they would come back to the table for any further negotiation? Do you think they're done? And if it's done, does that mean this project is dead, or are there other options in the pipeline, I guess?
Yeah, I see Rob has joined too. I can speak to that a bit because this has come up at the statewide level. So I will say that Advocates for Human Potential is a new contractor with DHCS to partner on these types of contracts for these types of funds. And so are infrastructure projects coming through the behavioral health department of DHCS. That's new to them as well. So there have been challenges that's why we were actually awarded this months and months ago, and we are just now coming to you with a proposed final contract. It took a long time trying to educate them on what counties can do and what all of these elements, and many counties, not just Placer. And we're in this particular situation, including CBHDA, who is like my state association, who kind of helps behavioral health directors navigate between the state on these types of things. So this is a known challenge. I think some counties, I will say, are moving forward because they want to receive these funds, and they feel like this would only come into play if we did happen to have a lawsuit at play. In that, meaning we weren't meeting our contractual agreements, or they weren't meeting their contractual agreements, which only Renju could kind of speak to the prevalence of that, or how often that happens. So that's one thing to consider. And then so some counties are taking a very conservative approach and are saying, no, we don't want to work with AHP because they're not being they're just not working with us as counties well enough. But many others are taking that risk, so to speak, which, and weighing it out against $6.1 million to renovate and to create new structures that otherwise, if we ever want to build a PUF on our own, we wouldn't be able to receive the state funding in order to achieve that goal, right? So I think that's why and I can have Rob kind of speak to the HHS perspective of why we're bringing it forward to the board and are recommending to go ahead and move forward. But I totally understand the pause and wanting to really consider this and understand the risks. So I'm gonna stop and let either Andrew or Rob weigh in.
Yeah, I think Amy, Rob Oldham with HHS, I think Amy described it well. And that's really the, and appreciate, council's admonition. And so we take that very seriously as well. But I think it's kind of the adage of, who the person who pays the piper sometimes calls the tune. To what extent I think the $6.1 million is a consideration. And I think we have other contracts sometimes where dealing with the state with other agencies who are in revenue agreements where, they have some provisions that we don't love, but we hold our noses and take them anyway because we're getting a significant benefit to. And I will say, just given also the urgency, we hear so much about the need for more beds. This is really critical, and would hate to lose this opportunity, but respect whatever decisions made regarding, from a policy perspective, because there is some risk. I guess that's another thing just to evaluate is I'm not aware of other counties being involved in litigation regarding this. I'm trying to kind of imagine that might be a risk management type of question. What types of situations where we might incur a liability from this property, which I think originally was a state owned property. So anyway, those are some considerations, but appreciate and respect whatever decisions made. Thank you.
Could I just make one point here?
Please.
It's not a matter of whether other counties are facing litigation. What it's a matter of is if we were to face litigation, we will be at a distinct disadvantage because of these contract terms. Now, that's not to say you can't agree to enter into it, but it's incumbent upon my office and my supervising deputy to advise you of those challenges should we end up in litigation. And that's the extent of our review. There comes a point in time, and this is one of them, where we weren't able to negotiate these terms out of the contract. And that's why it now comes to you, the board, to say, where do we weigh this? Do we weigh this in favor of the project, knowing we could end up in litigation, knowing we could end up in a disadvantage in essentially defending ourselves? Is it worth that risk? And that's really what the question boils down to.
I would ask County Council, who would be potentially suing us? You say it's based on, for what, breach of contract on our part?
Yeah, so I could weigh in on that. These are primarily first party type risks. So this would be AHP, the contractor that we are contracting with, filing essentially a contractual dispute over whether or not we're breaching the contract down the road. And potentially the state, because AHP is essentially the subcontractor of the state who's administering this BCHIP program. So that's really the two entities that would be the likely plaintiffs in such a suit. And these provisions are essentially, giving them a little bit of an advantage should there be a lawsuit down the road.
So may I ask a question?
please.
And that is, so there is a potential risk, but now I think about how many contracts has HHS entered into, and how often have we had any type of lawsuit based on these contracts? And HHS, you have a very good track record of doing what you have agreed to do in these contracts. So I understand the concern, but we don't have we don't have any history necessarily of our staff breaching contracts where we might be in litigation, at least our HHS team. And maybe I'm going to clarify.
Well,
but
it's not a matter of whether we're breaching it. It's a matter of whether there is a breach. The breach can happen by either party. Now, what I have to say is litigation is always your last resort, and so is binding arbitration, because that essentially wipes out the ability to get into a court of law. A lot of things happen behind the scenes should there be a dispute before anybody calls out a breach. And you're right, when it comes to HHS, the amount of contracts that they have, they're very good at working through disputes before it comes to the point of a breach, before it comes to the point of taking it to the next step. It's simply a risk.
And I understand that. And then I also look at, it is a risk. At the same time, this is a lot of money and an opportunity to provide much needed services for mental health needs in our community. And I think I appreciate the work that's been done. And I think it's something that I'm supportive of because I know who our staff are. I know the work that they've done. I know the work that would happen if we got into some type of contract dispute. And I see the value of moving forward with this contract.
Supervisor Gustafson?
I would agree with that assessment. There's very little we do that doesn't take some measured risk in every situation. And there's risk if we don't act and we don't have adequate beds and there's people that we can't serve. So I believe this is a reasonable risk for our community to take, and I appreciate very strongly County Council's analysis on this and advising us because ultimately we have to make that decision and accepting that risk on behalf of the taxpayers of this county.
Supervisor Jones?
Yes, I would say thank you to County Council and for explaining it a little more thoroughly. And I do believe, based on the record of HHS, I am comfortable with the way that you manage contracts and the way you've worked with millions, maybe billions of dollars in all of your work. And so I'm feeling more comfortable with it now.
Supervisor Landon?
I would agree. I mean, I think I have a bit of hesitation and am disappointed in the contractor for not being willing to compromise on this one. But I do have a lot of faith in all of you and your team and know that you do a lot of contracts all the time. And so kind of seeing where the board is going with this, I would say I'll be supportive as well.
All righty, thank you. Is there any public comment on this item? Is there anyone online?
I see none, Chairman.
All righty, then the chair will entertain a motion.
I will move approval of the item.
I will second.
Okay, there's a motion by Supervisor Gore, second by Supervisor Gustafson on item 10B, 1, 2, 3, and 4. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the item is moved. We'll now move to item 10C, Psychiatric Services, North Valley Behavioral Health LLC agreements.
Okay, that is me one more time, Amy Ellis with the Adult System of Care for the record. Okay, this one is a correction to a prior approved item. So I'm going to go ahead and read the items, but the background can be brief since you just recently heard this one. So I'd like to ask you to approve two actions today. The first is to approve an agreement with North Valley Behavioral Health LLC for psychiatric services at their Yuba City locations in an amount not to exceed $4 million from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement with Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and to sign subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. The second is to approve an agreement with North Valley Behavioral Health LLC for operations of psychiatric services at Kirby Hills in an amount not to exceed $5,900,000 from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2024, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement with Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and to sign subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the agreement's subject matter and scope of work with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. So this is North Valley Behavioral Health. They continue to serve our residents experiencing behavioral health crises, requiring treatment in an acute inpatient level. They operate our puff at Kirby Hills, and then they have the 2 other locations in Yuba City, California, that these contracts represent. Just when we brought them to you prior, there was just a typo that we put the wrong total amounts for the 2 contracts of the location. So this one now will correct that and puts the correct contract amount for the right contract / location of the service, which is that psychiatric health facility, 16 bed or less facilities that are very cost savings to us because we are able to draw down Medi-Cal for those placements. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Ellis?
Yes, I do.
Supervisor
I do
Jones.
have one question. On the fiscal impact, it says that the total cost for these, the funding is available in our 23-24 budget. These are not grants?
No, these are not grants. These are just service contracts that are renewing. So they've been in our budgets and they were appropriately budgeted in advance because they're continuing. So they're just part of our overall budget. They're funded in part through Medi-Cal billing. And then the other part is a mix of behavioral health, DHCS funding and general fund, but no additional general fund than what was already budgeted for this service that's continuing.
Okay, thank you, Amy.
Uh-huh.
Any other comments, questions? I see none. Is there anyone in the audience who want to make comment on this item? Is there anyone online?
I see none, Chairman.
All right.
I'll move approval of this item.
I'll second.
Item 10C moved by Supervisor Jones, second by Supervisor Landon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The item is moved. Now we'll move to item 10D, application to Department Health Care Services, California.
Okay, Amy Ellis, one more time, last time for the record. Here to have request your board authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign and submit the application to the Department of Healthcare Services for the California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal Providing Access and Transforming Health, or called PATH, Round 3 funding in an amount not to exceed $956,709, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign any agreement and related documentation and sign any subsequent amendments or related documentation not to exceed $95,670 with risk management and county council concurrence. So California Assembly Bill number 133 mandates all counties implement a targeted pre-release and re-entry Medi-Cal service 90 days prior to releasing individuals from county jails and youth correctional facilities. So establishing a pre-release and re-entry service process is part of the state's vision to enhance Medi-Cal healthcare delivery systems for the justice-involved populations. So achieving this enhancement of pre- and post-release services requires a collaborative approach that involves Health and Human Services, both children and adult system of care, our Human Service Division, our Sheriff's Office, Corrections Division, and Probation's Juvenile Detention Division or Department. So this funding allocation is intended to support the planning and implementation of the provision of these targeted pre-release and re-entry services to individuals in county jails. So it's an allocation amount. It's just based on your population, and it's an allocation. We were able to apply for these funds that are specific to the behavioral health side of the planning. And then it will be able to exact how those funds are going to be used through a planning process with those collaborative stakeholders that I mentioned. But we know that they could be used on adding staff, modifying our IT systems needed for the collaborative, for any data or any billing needs that are going to be required through this new benefit. And it can go towards staff training, those types of things. So we basically will continue to work with our criminal justice partners and finalize this. This is a series of fundings kind of similar to BCHIP. So there were other parts of these funding allocations that involved being able to sign individuals up for benefits. And then this one is going to be the behavioral health service linkage side of the planning with these funds. So there's no fiscal impact as a result of this action. If the funding is received, the budget will be amended at that time. And I'm happy to answer any questions on this one.
So any questions on item 10D? I see none. Anyone in the audience wish to address this item? Seeing none. Anyone online?
I see none, Chairman.
Okay, the board will, chair will entertain a motion.
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
A motion by Supervisor Jones, second by Supervisor Landon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none. Thank you, Amy. Now we'll move to item 10E, which is California Department of Public Health Future of Public Health Funding Allocation. Michael Romero, Health and Human Services Program Manager. Welcome, Michael.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Mike Romero, Interim Deputy Director of Health and Human Services for the Public Health Division. Today, we are requesting that you accept funding from the California Department of Public Health for the Future of Public Health grant. This grant is $4,984,386, a 3-year period, July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2026. In addition, we're requesting that you accept rollover funds in the amount of $1.6 million from fiscal year 22-23. The purpose of this funding is to support, build, and retain the public health workforce, as well as improve infrastructure to respond to public health emergencies, public health priorities, and emerging public health issues. Additionally, this new funding will allow public health to build other operational capacities, including training, modernization of technologies. This Future of Public Health grant opportunity does not require any county general fund. And I don't want to delay all of you seeing Brett Wood. I know he follows me, which is the way it should be. But I will take any questions. I will say, Chair Holmes, I will admit that I didn't know what grapple was either this morning. So I've been working on it all day. So thank you for the word of the day for this public health person. So with that, any questions about? Actually, let me. And not on such a joking, this is a rare opportunity. We don't normally get grants that aren't targeted for specific public health issues that have specific work plans. This grant allows us to reflect, how can we be better as a public health division? Is it staff? Is it stuff? Is it contractors? Is it training? So we get an opportunity to improve in the areas that we choose is the right way to improve for us. So it's in my 20 years with the county and in public health, I've never had this opportunity, this sort of blank canvas. So this is a wonderful opportunity provided to us by the state to improve and to choose the direction which we want to improve. So with that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions, comments from the board members? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience wish to address the board on this item? Supervisor Jones, is anyone online?
I see none, Chairman.
Okay.
I'll move approval. Oh,
Just
sorry.
to clarify, the first motion, the 1A, is also to authorize the Director of Human Services to sign the resulting agreement and all related documentation with the Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and sign all amendments and accept additional funds up to $100,000 with Risk Management and County Council concurrence. On E1B, in addition to what Michael read into the record, it also includes the authority to sign the resulting amendment on all related documentation with Risk Management and County Council concurrence, and accept additional funds up to $100,000 with Risk Management and County Council concurrence.
Thank you.
So
I'll
moved.
second. Thank you. And I'll second. And I wanted to also thank Michael for a little humor this
Yeah.
afternoon.
Yeah, right. And don't let that be a lesson to you, Mr. Romero. Now, who made the motion? Okay, motion by Jones, second by Supervisor Gustafson. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all, the motion is moved without any objection. Now we're going to move to item 11A, procurement. Finally.
What a patient man.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Brett Wood. I'm your purchasing manager.
I'm here today with 4 items for your board's consideration. The first is an agreement or a request for your board to approve an extension to our contract with California Forensic Medical Group to provide inmate medical services for a period of up to 4 additional months in a not to exceed amount of $3,253,213 from July 1st of 2023 through October 31st of 2023, subject to County Council and Risk Management concurrence. Number 2 is to approve a negotiated revenue agreement with the Department of State Hospitals to fund jail-based competency treatment services in Placer County in an amount of $3,778,142 for the period of July 1st through June 30th, subject to County Council and Risk Management concurrence. Number 3 is to approve a negotiated agreement with California Forensic Medical Group to provide those jail-based competency services in an amount of $1,532,126 for the period of July 1st, 2023 through June 30th of 2024, subject to County Council and Risk Management concurrence. And finally, to authorize the county executive officer or designee to sign the above reference agreements and any required documents, again with the concurrence of Risk Management and County Council. As a bit of background and understanding for your board, our existing contract with CFMG, or California Forensic Medical Group, was established in June 25th of 2019 and expired on June 30th of this year. We have, this company provides all of the inmate medical care at our jails and at the juvenile hall. So they serve approximately an average monthly population of approximately 750 people in those facilities. Currently, CFMG and county staff are working on a renewal agreement to bring back to your board for a 2-year period of time. We anticipate being able to complete that within that 4-month period, and we'll bring it as soon as we can. So this is a request for up to 4 months. So item number 2, the Department of State Hospitals. They have funded for the past 3 years, they've funded a jail-based competency services where they provide assistance to Placer County and many other counties throughout the state to provide those services to improve inmates' ability to then return to court and seek a final resolution to their issue. The state funds county costs as well as the medical cost, which is why there is a disparity between the funding from the Department of State Hospitals and the amount that we're actually passing through to WellPath or CFMG for those services. So these are the additional funding from the state returned back to the county to offset some of our expenses. Funding for this extension currently exists in the departments, in the sheriff's office, as well as the probation department's existing funding, and will be utilized as it's built. So with that, happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from board members? I see none. Is there anyone in the audience wish to address this board item? Anyone online?
I see none, Chairman.
Alrighty.
I'll move approval, Mr. Chair.
Motion by Supervisor Jones, second by Supervisor Landon.
Sure, I'll
Yeah.
second.
Oh, okay, good. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion is passed without any objection. Thank you. Thank you. And now we'll move item 12, Public Works Truckee River Watershed Water Quality Monitoring Program. I wonder what you two were doing back there.
Hi, my name is Elena Schlemp, and I'm an assistant civil engineer with the Placer County Department of Public Works, specifically the Stormwater and Floodplain Management Division. And I'm here concerning a contract amendment for the Washishu Creek monitoring. This is monitoring that is required by the Lahontan Regional Water Quality Control Board through an NPDES permit. And currently we have a contract with a consultant, CDM Smith, and they have been doing good and efficient work, and we would like to amend the contract to continue that work. So the specific actions requested are to approve and authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute Amendment number 2 to professional services agreement number 001240 with CDM Smith Incorporated for the Truckee River Watershed Water Quality Monitoring Plan implementation to increase the contract amount by $626,085 for a total amount not to exceed $1,667,101, and to extend the monitoring period from October 1st, 2023 through September 30th, 2025, subject to County Council and Risk Management concurrence. In addition, to authorize the Director of Public Works or designee to execute a subsequent amendment to extend the agreement for an additional 2-year monitoring period from October 1st, 2025 through September 30th, 2027, the negotiated amount not to exceed $400,000 per year, subject to County Council and Risk Management concurrence. And lastly, determine the proposed action is exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA guideline section 15306. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Alrighty. Any questions from board members? I see none. Is there anyone in the audience wish to address this item? Anyone online?
I see none, Chairman.
Alrighty.
I'll move approval.
Motion by Supervisor Gustafson, second by Supervisor Gore. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, the item is moved. Thank you for your patience. And now, having concluded the items on our agenda, we will now adjourn to closed session and have County Council lead us out.
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider the following: one item of public employee performance, CEO, and one item of labor negotiations, GSA.
All right. We're good? All right, the board has just returned from closed session and county council will report out.
The board met in closed session to consider the following. Under public employee performance evaluation, the board heard a report, no action requested or taken. Under conference with labor negotiators, the board heard a report and provided direction on a 5-0 vote. This concludes the report out of closed session.
And this concludes our meeting for today, and I will declare it adjourned.